Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, October the 20th. My name is Barry Ainerson, and I'm sorry, I know you guys on YouTube could hear me. Sorry, guys, forgot to put my mic in our main room. So, morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, October the 20th. My name is Barry Ainerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. I see one yes from Obi. Hopefully that means yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. And maybe somebody on YouTube can help me out also. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Just need a yes in the YouTube. All right, guys. Well, we got a real monster on our hand here, and it's not such a low float either. REPL, REPL. Thank you, Hamad and LJ in our YouTube room. Excellent. And Byron. So REPL, guys, big monster move for this one. And you know what? It's not a low float. I mean, 66 million shares to be up 110%. Trading higher after the FDA accepted their resubmission. This is interesting. A resubmission. I read this wrong then. I read this wrong earlier. So this is just accepting the company's resubmission. I thought it also went on to say and accepted the drug itself, passive, but no. Let me make sure about that. Yeah, so it's just they are just accepting the resubmission. Okay, so obviously they submitted earlier, they didn't accept it, got hammered down, and now they're accepting the resubmission. Okay, that's a big move. 66 million in the float to be up 107%. Now this, it's only phase one, guys. RAPT. Man, I was thinking about shorting this one. Well, thinking about it and doing it, two different things, isn't it? $60. Wow, what a short that would have been. This is up, RAPT up after the company announced top line data from, it's phase two. Well, I could have sworn I saw phase one earlier, but anyway, maybe it's a different headline. But that is RAPT. What a short. Oh, $60 down to $45. Is that now this Beyond Meat is beyond me, guys. Seriously. I have no idea why it's up. It was up. Of course, it's just barely over $1. It was up 24% on Friday and now 61% this morning. No idea. No idea. Don't see any specific news on this one. I don't see any specific news on this one. Yeah. So anyway, there's Beyond Meat. Maybe just the memers have got a hold of it. That's all I can think of. AZTR, where? There it is, AZTR. Okay, so it's creeping almost under $1 again, and that's positive preclinical data for their drug. William. OLMA. This is the one that's down the most this morning. And I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to take a look at this one, OLMA. Wainwright is ticked off. They're still maintaining a $28 a share price. Stock is now $6. So OLMA is down. Let's see why. Yeah, and Oppenheimer also remains bullish despite Jekyll and Hyde kinda ESMO. Is TI down? Nope. TJ? No, TI Trade Ideas is not down. It's not down for me. Nobody else is. I haven't heard anybody else saying they're having problems loading it. Celsius is up also, trading higher for the company presented. This is the one, excuse me. This is the one on phase one. Okay, I knew there was one I saw phase one. This was the one, phase one. REPL was phase two. So they presented phase one data and stock surged. Oh Man, what a short that would have been. What time was that? I don't think I was up yet. No, it was 4:30 on the West Coast. So I was not up then. What a short that would have been. $117 down to 64. A lot of shorts available for me. What is the problem, TJ? When you say is it down, are you not getting data in your top list window? Because if you're not getting data in your top list window, best thing to try to do first is go to your account and just do a reset connection several times. Okay, not just once. Maybe click on that if you can see what I'm pointing at. Reset connection several times. Now, if it persists, then I would just reload trade ideas. Okay. Yeah, CLF, talking about increased demand in steel, CLF, big float, guys, 485 million in the float. CLF surges following earnings report. It's an earnings play too. Sorry, it's an earnings play. It's not just general general market top. I thought it was just more general market top. This is an earnings play for CLF. It's okay now. Good. Good. Was that the issue though, TJ? You were just not getting data in a top list window. It happens every now and then. Yeah, so CLF is actually an earnings play, and it's a big float. That's a big move with that float, half a billion in the float, 18% move. A bat. This also was moving this morning. It still is moving this morning. The CEO acquired 702,000, but look at the price he got it at, 103. Okay, still, he's putting $700,000 into the company. The CEO, if I'm reading that correctly. So, William, did you see if I'm putting pressure on William? I have not, but I will. Okay, thank you. I usually do this not even for me. I do it mainly for you because I know you love this sort of stuff. See if they're checking out these bios to see. Here's me now, guys. Hey, I'm gonna have to. Every now and this it happens to me too. I try to type in a symbol and it gets frozen. So just give me a moment. Not a big deal. I'm just gonna have to end the task. Read ideas keeps malfunctioning, not allowing default $5,000. Are you talking about in the? Are you talking about in the money machine? Where are you talking exactly? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If it's in the money machine, I don't have a lot of experience with it. So, but if you're talking about the money machine, I'll have to correct you. Program. You mean? Are you talking up here? Are you talking about trading a live account or in your simulation account in a simulator, Deltat? Talking about in the simulator up here where it says tools and then options and then AI trade size where it says 5,000 right here. You're talking about in your live account? Oh, okay. Well, that is something you're going to have to contact Chris then. If you're talking about trading your live account, that is something you're going to have to contract Chris about, and he's going to have to take a look at your log. That is something outside. I don't ever do that. So If you go to info, don't trade live then today. When you say it keeps doing it, are you talking about it's just doing it today, or this has been happening like a lot of times? So I would go to there's info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, go there and ask for Chris, and he probably is going to have to take a look at your log or something. Sorry, that's something I just can't help you with because it doesn't make a lot of sense that it would not allow you to indicate how many dollars you want. Now you're talking about, are you talking about auto trading also? Your own strategy? That's what you're talking about, right? Or you're just talking about manually? And I'm talking to Delta T in our YouTube room. So you're talking about manually. You're doing all this manually. Okay. Well, that's very strange. I've never used Brokers Plus. Okay, so I always just trade out of my Interactive Brokers account. But that's something I think Chris probably Chris probably could help you with. He's got a lot more experience with it than I do. Just out of curiosity, is there any reason why you're using Brokers Plus? I'm not trying to dissuade you from using it, but info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, right. I just popped that in. Info at, I don't think it's clickable, but info at trade-ideas.com. I just put it in again. Pepe may be able to help you. Okay. He's got more experience than I do, also. All right. So there's William's back of the envelope analysis of OLMA. He wouldn't touch it unless it gets down to 3. Okay. Interactive brokers that are an okay broker. Well, I mean, again, I'm talking to Delta T in our YouTube room. I guess I'm somewhat biased. I mean, I've had them for 9 years now, and I've never had any occasion to or any reason to change. So that's just me. But that's got nothing to do with what's happening with you. I don't use Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus. I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. So OLMA. Well, if it's going to bounce, I know Willie wouldn't touch it until it hit 3, but let's take a look at this. Because the only reason I'm even interested is because we've got a couple of analysts who are, trying to remain bullish on it. Probably have their clients in at a later price, higher price. So we've got Oppenheimer and Wainwright. Well, I mean, Interactive Broker has been around for a long, long time, and of course, the main one of the great things about it, in theory, is that It's worldwide. I mean, I'm in Canada, so I'm sort of limited to the number of brokers that I have access to, and I'm glad IB is one of them. All right, guys, it is now 9:15. So let me take a look. Now, I read that oil price, and let's take a look at XLE. Okay, so XLE is still underneath the 200-day moving average, basically flat right now. XLE, the what I call anyway, the main ETF for the energy sector, XLE. I do see that we've had a bit of a surge in Bitcoin this morning, up $1,600 from, yeah, up $1,600, 110,000 now. But that's got anything to do with energy. Take a look at XLV. Okay, healthcare still above the 200-day moving average. I want to take a look at financials, though. It was getting precariously close to the 200-day. There, at least there it is, the 200-day. Little bit of a move. I was still above it. Staples, consumer staples. I think consumers, yes, consumer staples is getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. GSIT on the move, guys. GSIT is on the move. That's a publication of paper on APU CIM architecture, whatever that means. There is GSIT. So well, I got to take a look on a monthly chart now. Where could this go before it hits? So there's the, yeah, so there's the next high looking left, 686 on a monthly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high on a month. Well, I'm wrong. No, I'm right. That's 589. That is a couple of 3 months ago. So right there, what month was that? That was over a year ago, July of over 2 years ago. So excuse me. Yeah, July of 2023. So it's approaching that. And the market is in for a bit of a surge here, guys. Size up 3 points. Start. Used to see this one every now and then. I haven't seen this in a long time, though. USAS, America's Gold and Silver Core. Big, big float. Quarter of a billion in the float. Canadian company out of probably Vancouver. No, Toronto. Okay. All right. REPL, guys. Yeah, this is shortable for me. Oh, yeah, it is shortable for me at Interactive Broker. A lot of shares available. 2 million. It runs out of steam here. The next high on a weekly chart, though, there is still room on a weekly chart. 1320. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but and it's hanging over 9. Redbush, let's see, raises price target to 18. That is Redbush. That is for the REPL. A big move, guys, with that sort of a float. I mean, it's not a high float, but you typically see moves of 100% with floats significantly lower. So that is a big move. GSIT continues to move here. This is, again, it's not a low flow. 23 million is low, but it's, some of these ones that we see that really move are, a million shares, 2 million shares, or even less than a million shares. Man, another one that's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, GSIT. A lot of shares available. Why I mention this is, some of these things are just moving. I mean, it's so parabolic. mean, should this be up 38% just because of this publication of a paper? Probably not, but so at some point, that's super parabolic. Yeah, well, there's a major reason why, Mike, it's up. The FDA has allowed them to resubmit their drug, and I think what happened over here is that they denied their submission, probably back here. That's what caused it to drop. Okay, so this is again, I don't know what a BLA is, but acceptance, FDA accepted their resubmission. It's a resubmission of their drug. So I think what happened here is that if it's a resubmission, it probably means that when they submitted earlier, the FDA rejected it. Biologic license application. Thank you, William. Remember when LOL was the only acronym out there we had to? All right, guys, 9:21. So I'm getting set to load the layout, my 9:30 layout pretty soon. Yeah, GSIT, more as you're saying, Obi, and more and more and more. Well, that just makes the potential short even better. So they actually have earnings. Not that it probably matters that much. They have earnings on the 23rd. Not that it matters that much for these little ones, but now this was, I'm going to keep, I have this one still thumbnailed, HIMS. This was a great short for me on Friday. Look at, I did leave early on Friday, but boy, look at this. I wish I didn't have to leave early on Friday. This was an all dayer because look what happened. If you can see my daily chart right there, it closed at the low of the day. Basically closed right at the low of the day. So this was down all day long. From $57 down to 49. That was just an awesome short. Unfortunately, I had to leave early on Friday, but was able to capture a nice part of it. Now that's funny, Mr. FinFan Forever. I don't blame you. A disgruntled FinFan. You could have said FinFan maybe forever, or not, or reevaluating. Nothing wrong with introducing a little levity into trading. Okay, guys. Now that the trade of the week is UAVS. I think it's just live over now 212, but it doesn't count the pre-market. I mean, if you take it now, that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying don't, but in theory, in theory, that this is the trade of the week. I think the email said over $2.12, but that always refers to market like market hours, 9:30 to 4. And this was news on the 16th, so expanded partnership with Tough Stump. Okay. All right, guys, want to get the layout I use, the 9:30 layout. So first of all, first thing I do, as always, save my layout. then close all my windows, and then load my layout. Okay, guys, now, just want to get this little screen up and a couple of rearrangements here. All right, I am good to go. So what you're seeing here, this little green screen you see here, it's the same as the pre-market actives up, except just the top six now. So, okay, didn't talk about RDHL, not talk about that one, RDHL, Red Hill. Give me one moment. Okay, so I don't understand. Let's see. I'll say Red Hill. Cumberland commits a significant. Oh, okay, okay. So Cumberland. Sorry. So they're obviously putting some money into this Red Hill. So I guess that's obviously the reason. I don't know if Cumberland's a public company or a private company or a hedge. What they are. Okay, CPIX. So that is CPIX. No volume. So okay, CPIX putting money into Red Hill. No volume at all yet. Oh, what a short. Oh my goodness, what a short. 60 down to 30, $40 now, RAPT. Now it may pop, but it's now below the VWAP. What a short. I was up. I wasn't up early enough for this. Actually, I was. Yeah, I was up. I was up. Yeah, I did see this. I was up, but it's always dicey. Try to figure out where a top is, especially when you have some, in theory, great news. Wow, Olma. Well, I know you're going to wait for three, but this is a nice pop now for Olma. Great pop, 673 up to 748. All right, we have some halts in the pre-market. Most of these, usually these are, well, not usually. There are news halts. Volatility halts do not happen in the pre-market. So there's the HIMS, HIMS. Now let's see. Maybe this will be a nice long today. Obviously, it has room. The high on Friday was 57.48. So we're in mini recovery mode right now. Remember, I had two great days, and then Thursday and Friday down. All right, guys, 9:29. Whoa, 10 seconds for the open, the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, so here we go. And that's not a recommendation to do the same thing. It's just what I like to do. So why we're seeing the flashing red here, that means no stocks are meeting. There we go. Finally, we get one meeting the filter requirements on the way up. That is our cat, our CAT. And these are the large cap gainers. Large cap losers, nothing is meeting the filter requirements. That's where we're seeing a flashing red right here. But of course, this one, where this will be full all day long. This race here, big move on the market to start. Nice move, and we have our first volatility halt. I guess, yeah, of the week. IMPP, Imperial Petroleum. Now, not to be confused, I think, with Imperial Oil. Okay. And here's another one halted already. VGT probably under. Wow. Oh, this is Vanguard. Okay. I'm going to say not normal that a stock that's 700. Well, I don't know what's going on because this is still looks like it's still trading. ZS though is halted. Okay. Is that right? Don't generally get stocks this expensive halted. I think something's going on with our. I got to make sure that's halted. It does. Thing is, I'm not seeing the halt here in trade ideas and interactive brokers. I hope there's nothing messed up with our halts today, but yeah, GSIT was halted. Okay, this is what I mean. Okay, when a stock is halted, this is this blue screen I'm showing you here. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from interactive brokers. You can see there's the price or the stock GSIT halt price of 824. This column trying to show you where it could open. And you can see how this number will fluctuate over the course of the 5-minute halt. Usually they are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, it'll be a multiple of 5. Meaning it could be a 10-minute halt. But usually I would say that 95% of the time, maybe even more, they are 5-minute halts. All right, guys. Wow, big move in the market right now in the SPY. Yeah, there's something messed up then with this halts resumes here on especially these really expensive ones. I mean, it just yeah. So I'm just going to disregard that. CELC guys, big move, big pop for CELC. $78 to $82. Yeah, nice. Taking out the pre-market high now, and that is CELC. Had some news, but again, I don't like to trade in the first 15. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Again, not that everything has settled down after 15, but okay, guys. How about a little comeback play for Omer? OMER. Look at that. High was 966. 966 was the high on Friday. Maybe a bit of a comeback play. It got down to the low of Friday, 795. That looked like it held it so far. And that is for Omer, OMER. Could be interesting as a potential comeback play, especially if the market. I don't see any specific news on them. They probably had some news on Friday, though. So, they had some news Tuesday, Wednesday. So they had news on Wednesday that popped this stock up, obviously. Yeah, this might be very interesting on a comeback play here, guys. Omer, it's a little early, but holding over 10, over 8, down to the low on Friday was 796. The low today was 796. So that 796 held. Wow. What an incredible short for RAPT. Oh, brother. And another potential comebacker, guys. Not as much room though as on a percentage basis as the Omer, but GTLB trying to come back. The high on Friday was 48. It opened, so did it open higher than 825? And the answer is no. Ooh, give me the normally the first halt is decent. When I say decent, usually it can pop above the halt price. It barely did. That's that's significantly below, and it's halted on the way down now. Halted on the way down. Okay, it is not halted on the way down. I jumped the gun on it. Those of you with IV probably know what I was talking about. There was a little blue dot appeared briefly around the order entry that usually signifies the stock is going to get halted. William, did you say you shorted wrapped? Somebody short wrapped? I'm sure you're not in it anymore, but my goodness, that was a tremendous short. But you're not in it anymore. All right, guys. Another one on the comeback trail, guys. RSI down day on Friday, trying to come back. It's over the whole number, a little bit like the Omer. 2045 is the next high. It's over the whole number of 19. What's Omer doing? It's just hanging around, hanging around just over 8, guys. There's a big drop for REPL now, guys, from about 10 down to 920. All right, IBN, Bank out of India. Market is still strong. Continue. There's our first 5-minute bar. Second one. So the market is still strong as we speak. Okay, here's an earnings play, guys. It's still negative for the day. It's Summit SMMT, but it's trying to crawl back. Okay, um, it's at the high now. High of the day, I should say. Okay, so now this has some room, obviously, to 2238. That's the high on Friday. Also, that's where the 200-day moving average is. So 2238. So it's got $2. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it does have some room. Summit is an earnings play. SMMT is an earnings play. Yeah, I do see the Honda here. I mean, this is again a SPAC. Like check, also on the way down now. Okay, IMMP. So this was a 10-minute halt. IMMP was a 10-minute halt. It got halted at 590, and it's dropping from that halt price, coming into maybe some resistance. That high right there is 525. It got up to 525, maybe some resistance. Our EPL guys now, our EPL breaking down under 9. Now there's the 200-day moving average. Very important, probably really important. Let's see if that holds it. Okay, our EPL. That is the 200-day moving average at 882. Will it hold it? Will it act as support, or will it crash through it? Again, I had news. Resubmission was accepted. Oh man, I missed a really nice one from our AI guys. A really, really nice one. I saw it, but it was underneath the man. Those of you with our AI know what I'm talking about. I'll show you now. GSIT. So we had the alert, went down below the alert price, and then massive pop, and it just got halted. GSIT just got, yeah, came back up and got halted, Monica. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Now this is potential open is $9. Okay, 888 on the halt price. This is GSIT. Again, this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This time and sales for interactive brokers. There's your halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is GSIT. And then this column giving you a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open. It doesn't have to be $9, of course. It fluctuates over the 5-minute halt period, if it's a 5-minute halt. Oh man, this is the miss of the century right now. Seriously, the Raptor short for me. $60 down to 30. And down and moving still down. And now, I mean, my goodness, it even went negative. That's what a low float can do for you guys. 3.9 million in the float, low float. All right, move on. 9:45 now. Okay, so let's see if our EPL, if that look at that 200-day moving average. It basically held it a little bit below it, but it held. The area held. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a shot at this Omer. Okay, as long as it stays over 8, I'm in it. The Omer, OMER, been talking about it, taking a shot at it. There's the low right there, 793, which is the low of Friday. See if it has a little bit of comeback in it. Market, I don't think this really matters too much what the market's doing. It can hurt if the market's moving higher, but I don't think it's too market dependent. Okay, GSIT resumed and on the way. What was the haul price at 897? So yeah, pop above it now. Big pop above it. Okay, let's put a little price alert up in this area, see if I can induce it upwards a little bit. Yeah, I'm not expecting big things. There's no news on it today. It's just a potential bottom fishing type play. If it has a little bit of a rebound, that's all. Why did I listen to William? What does he know anyway? OLMA, nice rebound from the lows here, 665, 743. And I kid William, of course. Wow, GSIT, there's a great alert from RAI. I saw it when we had the alert, and then it dropped about 30 cents below, and then it just soared above the alert price. It went a little too quickly for me. It's funny because, well, I shouldn't say that. I guess at 9 o'clock, it had a move. Okay, guys, I might be dumping my Omer. Let me just see here. Yeah, got out of the Omer. I'll may take a look at it again later, or I may short it. I mean, if it gets down below that 790 area, it might be just a resumption of the downturn on Friday. So out of the Omer for a little loss on it. Oh man, GSIT, what a monster. What was the news on it? I don't think I saw any news on GSIT. Okay, guys, REPL held the 9 level. High up here is a 991, close to 10, of course. I had to hold myself there. I missed my buy on it. Well, let's see if it comes back for me a little bit. Just try to get it at 921. Okay, there's something going on with these large cappers, guys. There's no way that Netflix is halted. Okay, we got a little bit of something's going on. Yeah, I better pass this on. William, are you getting the same thing on your halts or zooms? I know you're on a different server from me. Did you get a Netflix halt? No. Okay. So the server I'm on, yeah, we're getting some weird halts. Yeah. Well, I do get the Wrapped, and I do have the GSIT, but I'm getting a Netflix, and well, I'm going to say it's just a one-off for today. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Well, you and I are in the same server, SK. It's an embarrassment as far as I'm concerned for me because I'm somewhat with trade ideas, but for whatever reason, the server I'm on, whereas William is on a different server and he doesn't get these halts, but he also gets the halts when the stock is halted soon after a resumption. Just give me a moment, guys. Just give me one moment, okay? Oh, I see. Okay. So there's the GSIT. Oh my goodness. Wow. 56% move now. Now I may go short this one, Omer. OMER. Let me just see. There's lots of shorts available. Let's just see if it gets. There's the low in the pre-market around 783. I think I'll put a price alert around 786. Maybe that'll drive it down. And meanwhile, GSIT got halted again on the way up. Yes. Oh, wow. Anybody see any news on this one? Announces the publication. Okay. I mean, I do see some news on it. Publication of a paper on APU, CIM. There are a bunch of acronyms led by researchers at Cornell University. Findings confirm that GSI technology APU CIM architectures can match GPU level performance for large scale AI applications, etc. Okay, so it's energy reduction. Wow. And I mean, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. 23 million in the float. Okay, guys, Omer's getting me interested now to flip the script for me and maybe short this one. Let me see. Obviously, it's got a ton of room down here, $4. Not saying it's going to get there, but so it's at the low. There's the low in the pre-market is 783. So let me just put a price alert there and see if it gets down there and maybe proceeds. Boy, here's another some awesome shorts, guys. Look at the CELC now. Hit a little bit, got to about 83, I think, down to 75 and change. Okay, I don't want to lose sight of this VRME, Verify Me. Regains compliance with NASDAQ minimum bid price. So, yeah, so they're over $1 now. Probably did a bunch of reverse splits in order to get there. So it's above that high there, 135. Let's take a look on a weekly chart. Where could it go? Probably not going to see anything. Oh, yeah. So the next high is 150 or so. So a little bit of room, not enough room for me. Now, if the next high on a weekly chart was up here at around 2, then I'd be a lot more interested. All right. Well, Omer had a little bounce, so not shorting it yet. May not short it at all, but it had a little bounce. Yeah, there isn't. Yeah, well, I know what you mean. Now, is this shortable for me? This is shortable for me. Okay. I mean, at some point, people are going to start taking massive profit. I would think. It's always challenging to figure out when that's going to be, but it is a lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. But this is a potential open right now, 1350, 1343 on the halt. So it is just after 10 o'clock right now, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is go over my homepage, and it just opened. GSIT just opened. I did not see that news in the pre-market about it. Not that I necessarily would have piled into it in the pre-market, but man, and halted again, 1480, 1583. Again, guys, blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, while we're waiting for that one to come out of its halt, let me go over my homepage, including all the information all the scans that I'm sharing. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off both monthly subscriptions, premium or standard, just for the first month. Okay, 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year of an annual or a standard subscription. Okay. Now, for those of you in YouTube, a lot of you don't know that there's a what I call the main trading room. If you want to have a lot more interaction with other traders, you can come to the main room, and there it is right there. So you'd save my homepage link because you have to do this every day. You can stay in YouTube if you want. I'm not saying get out, but there is a main trading room. Again, a lot more interaction amongst other traders. Now, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas at some time in the future, please use my promo code. Why? That'll help to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code, they'll keep the rooms free. Scroll down a bit, and you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Let me take a look at what it's doing. The trade of the week this week is UAVS, and I think the trigger was something like 211 or something. Okay, so it has triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. They're designed for longer term holds. When you get the email, it's outlined for you. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder first before you contact us, okay? Because it could be in one of those two folders. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is click on the education section, click more info. And before I look at what you should do, is click on the user guide first, because I'm going to go over this race and I just want to explain the concept of racing. But when I do, I'm not expecting anybody to remember everything I say. So here is in the user guide, TI stock racing. Okay. Everything you want to know about TI stock racing, how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Now scroll down a bit. Again, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, and getting started on the education section on my homepage, getting started with Trade Ideas. That's the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, no ifs, ands, or buts. It's 12 short videos, and that'll get you started. If you do not have Trade Ideas, I would start off with the second video and proceed from there. That should give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, and could help to make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month, just to see what we're all about. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos designed for people who are new to trading. I think there are 15 of them. I don't think, I know there are 15 of them. Last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. These are all the scans information that I'm sharing right now. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is the race you see here. The biggest scan is from the start of the race is here. These two races are not on my homepage. If you want them, you can have them. These are large cap versions of this race on the way up and this one on the way down. I have some other scans, again, that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. And here's the halts resumes over here. So if you have any questions about these scans, you can ask me. The other thing is, if you're new to this room, both rooms, either YouTube or the main room, welcome. This is the format. Mondays or Fridays, the main room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, okay? In the morning, obviously. Obi in the main room opens it up. And I try to open the YouTube room by 8:45. Then I get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So time zone, I'm not gonna open a room at 3:45, 3:45. So that's why Obi very graciously does that in the main room. And I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I'll always stay later if there are questions. But William, usually in the main room, will keep it open after I leave. It's up to him. And find out later on. Could be 3:30, could be 4 o'clock, depending on what sort of earnings plays there are. Or he may leave when I leave. So he'll let me know though. So on a big day, the room can be open from the main room can be open from 6:45 all the way to 4 Eastern time, of course. Some awesome shorts, boy. They were the REPL, the not the REPL, the Wrapped. Sorry, the Wrapped RAPT and the CELC. Just awesome shorts. So I want to go over this race right here that you're seeing. I want to show you how racing works. Okay, remember in the guide, there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Again, I don't expect you to remember everything I say here, but I just want to show you what the concept of racing is and why I think it's really good idea for people who are new to trading. Even if you're a veteran trader, I think it's really interesting to run a race, and then automatically it creates a watch list for you of stocks that you can watch all day long. Good grief! Look at GSIT now halted again. Whoa! Now this could be the devastation. Hopefully nobody is still in this. Well, I don't know, Stan. I'm looking now at the. So here's GSIT is halted at 1749. Now I did not think it would open at 12, but well, maybe it will. This is trying to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. Notice how it's really fluctuating though, but it does look like it's going to open below the 1749. So, I mean, could it go to 22? It could, but it doesn't look like it's going to do it coming out of this halt. That's for sure. This could be the big profit taking we're talking about. So let's take a look at this race right here. Now I'm running 4-minute races. Again, everything I say is customizable. You can pick whatever time frame you want. I'm running 4-minute races. That's just me. It doesn't have to be you. Okay. So since the race started, but a minute into this race, this stock, TAOX, has it had moved the most, but now ANRO has moved the most. It's moved 2.5% since the race started. Take a look at this one, ANRO. I did see this in the pre-market. Wow, what a nice move. That is time and sales. This blue window you see here, time and sales in Interactive Brokers, Nikki. Time and sales, okay? I have this up and running all day long. I would keep it. I would show this all day long, except people would say, "Well, where do you get that blue screen in Trade Ideas?" So, but this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see, I have this up and running. It obviously shows me the bid and ask. Shows me also how quickly a stock is trading, and then when a stock is halted, like Wrapped right now, RAPT. Oh, got halted on the way up. Well, what it resumes. Excuse me, it did resume. The GSIT is halted, so you can see right there. There's the halt price, and then this is this column trying to show you where it could open. This is time and sales, Interactive Brokers, okay? And for those of you who don't have Interactive Brokers, your broker should have something very similar. So all you have to do in the search file, search and just start typing in time and sales. Or click on file and then go to scroll down to where it says new window, and a big pop-up comes up. One of the things you're going to see is time and sales. So back to the races. So what? So right now, this race is still has 3 minutes left, or 1 minute left. The RME is taking over the top spot, and now CTXR is taking over the top top spot. 3.8% has moved, only 6 cents, but that's why we're seeing 3.8% since the race started. This has moved the most. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that GSIT has won 6 races already, ANRO 2 races, etc. When this race is over, 25 seconds from now, depending what stock wins, as long as it's not one of these ones, then there'll be a new stock added to this list. Eventually, there will be 10 stocks. You can see how in this one, there's 8 stocks now. There are 8 stocks now. Do I pay for? Probably. It's so inconsequential, Stan. And I say probably because I've had Interactive Brokers for 10 years or 9 years now. I think it's I think it's approaching 10 years in January. And whatever I signed up for way back when, which was super cheap, I haven't made any changes to it. So I have no idea how much I pay, but it's super cheap. Okay, so you see that CTXR did win a race. Okay, so now it got added. So people ask, well, how do you use this? How should I use this? Well, of course, there's no only way to use it. But what I would be doing is if a stock is leading a race, I would click on it. Okay, here's Velo. It's leading a race right now. Click on it and see what's happening. If it's setting up for your style of trading, maybe you want to take it. But if I would also click on anything I'm seeing here in this list, let's take a look at X4, just out of curiosity, see what it is doing. So X4, would I take this? Yeah. Well, it's interesting because look left on the weekly chart. There's a bunch of resistance around 370, which of course is far enough away from 315. So this could be an interesting one. I mean, I don't like the way it looks too much, in terms of on a 2-minute chart, it's kind of spotty. But that's the exercise I go through. You just click on, now I have a feeling that KRE then, this is the regional bank ETF. Yeah, so it is, I think if I look at a daily chart, I think it's through the 200-day moving average or right at it. Yeah, look at that. So there's KRE, one beaten up sector. The regional banks they are releasing earnings over the last couple of weeks and probably this week. And a lot of them just got beat up. But look at this, trying to come back. But right now, KRE is right at that 200-day moving average. So again, I would click on any stock I see here, certainly click on the one that's at the top just to see what's happening, but I would click on any stock I see here. Plus, I would also click on any stock that's won a race. Just click on it and see what's happening. There's the Enro. I mean, this could be really, really good still. I mean, it's a little bit parabolic, but let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go? Can't see anything on the weekly. Let's take a look at the monthly. I look left, and again, I'm not saying it's going to get there to $15, but there is the next high on a monthly chart, which is about a year ago, October of last year. So it has room on a monthly chart, and this is the news on it. Plant jumps after plans to accelerate their depression drug development. Okay, that's their news. Hopefully nobody in this room needs that. So that's the concept. That's why you're seeing these. Well, you don't know, actually, you don't know why you're seeing these stocks here if you're looking at this for the first time. I mean, the question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Or what makes them special? But that's the concept of the races, though. What happens, the percentage, what these percentages mean, what this top 10 list eventually means, okay, and how I would just click on anything you see here and see what's happening. But why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click on the body of the race and click, and the screen pops up, and I'm going to click on Open Top List. So all races start from a top list window. This is the top list window that I'm using. And why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, if I right click on Configure and Summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and minimum 200,000 shares have traded and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, I will see those stocks in this list. That's what I want to see. That's very important. That's what I want to see. It does not have to be what you want to see. Take a look at that ANRO. Wow. Okay, that's what I want to see. So the typical use of a top list window before we had races, and you can still use it for this. Let's say you wanted to see all the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have a column header that is, in this case, the change from yesterday's close, the icon C%, that's what that means. Well, I could double left click on it, and this is going to show me the stocks that are up the most from Friday's close. So you can see the GSID is up 194%, ANRO 87%, etc. Now, somebody might say, well, wait a minute, there are stocks that are up more than that, and there may be, but not with my filters that I'm using, that price range and minimum volume and all that. Okay. So again, the use of a top list window, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. And as long as you had a column header for that, you could double left click rapidly and sort on the column. So that's what I've done here. Now, so you can see why GSIT has won a bunch of races. You can see why ANR now is winning another race here. These are super active stocks. Just because a stock is up a lot doesn't mean it can't keep moving higher. However, a lot of people would say, well, that's fine to see these stocks that are up the most, but how about maybe some stock that is not up so much, but maybe starting to move? Well, that's what the race does for you. A moment. So here's this list of stocks, okay? Now, I've cut it off to 50 stocks. That's just me. I don't know how many stocks are in here, but I've cut it to 50 stocks, top 50. But what if one of these stocks down in this area, down in the lower end here, what if all of a sudden one of these stocks just started to move for some reason? Stratasys, there's a stock that some of us know, 3D printer. Stratasys is up to 7% right now. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, Stratasys Stratasys, SSIS, SSYS, just started to move. It was up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks. Well, how would you know that? What do you do? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is starting to move up a list? Well, you don't have to do that because that's what the race will do for you. The race doesn't care if a stock is, up a lot from the previous day's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So that's how you can pick, you can identify some stock that is just starting to move. But it could still look at a GSIT that is still very strong and is still moving. Okay, so hopefully that this is all kind of making sense. And now the other thing that should be making a lot of sense is if I right click on this top list, right click, notice it says one of the options is launch the real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So that's why you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. So again, you might look at this and go, well, you know what? I don't like that price range. Or you just create from scratch. Or you could take, this one and say, well, I don't like that price range. I'd rather have between 1 and 10 or 10 and 100. I don't like that volume. Maybe I want it to be more. Or I don't care if the price was up from yesterday's close. Or maybe if you have any experience trading, maybe you want to add in a filter that you like. Go ahead. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then launch the stock race on your set of parameters. This is just what I want to see. It does not have to be what you want to see. Okay. Now, why is this race different? Because, there's obviously, and notice that the percentage increases in this race, typically you're not going to see, usually you're not even going to see anything over 1% higher. Okay. Typically. In this one, you can see some, that's 2.7%, but you can see things that are up, 10, 20, 30% sometimes in the race. Typically, you're not seeing massive percentage moves here. Why? Well, let me right click and open the top list for this one. Notice a big difference. Not that many stocks are in here, number one, compared to this one. Why is that? I right click and configure. I basically took the concept of this. I changed the price range. I wanted it to be $10 and $70. That's just me. Again, you can do, whatever price range you want. The 200,000 shares is the same. The up 2% from yesterday's close is the same. So what I did was though I added market cap. So it has to be at least 500 million market cap. Has to be at least 50 million float. You're not usually with these two filters right there. Usually you're not going to get big percentage moves. And the other thing I added was I want to see stocks. This little filter here with the D and up and down arrows, that's the position in the day's range. And I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's just me. So for instance, if I put 100% here, that would be a stock right at the high of the day. So at 95%, that is a stock very near the high of the day. And that's just what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. But consequently, that's why you can see already stocks are being added to this list because there's probably stocks getting within that 95% percentile. Okay. But stocks on this list will come in and fall off all day long, depending on they all have to meet the filter requirements. There are a lot of stocks, but quite often you're only going to see a few stocks in this list. Today, there are a lot more, and these are large cap gainers. This one, there's hardly any stocks. That doesn't mean again that these are the only stocks going to be in this list all day long. It just means right now these are the only stocks meeting the filter requirements. And really, all it is the reverse of this. Stocks near the low of the day with the same type of filters. Market cap and filter requirement, etc. So if you're looking for shorts, this is a pretty good one for shorts. And if I were new to trading, I would probably I would probably look at a list more like this than this one, even though this is, I mean, you're not going to get the G sits in this one. While I mean, the G sits are fabulous if you're on the right side of it, but it requires, they're a little more, well, not a little more, they're a lot more nervy, very volatile. And so when you're new to trading, it can be a little bit overwhelming. Not saying these are well, these are easier in terms of the volatility. Nothing is easy when it comes to trading, but I think that this is something that you might want to concentrate on a little bit more because you're not usually going to get the wild fluctuations. Okay. So again, if you have any questions about anything I've said, don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. Now let's take a look at this one. This W. This is this what Warhawk or White Hawk? Warhawk. White Hawk. This was very very active. This was I think a new IPO back here back in March of this year. Go back to my daily chart. Had a massive day 2 days ago. Got all the way up to 377. Closed down here though. Fell the next day. Wyoma. I'm gonna pick on William all day long. Now, what a great move. It's still down 12%. Ah, Omar is right back up. Well, Replica, REPL. Now this is really starting to fall, guys. I mean, it's still probably up a lot. Still up almost 100%, 93%, but it's sitting on the VWAP right now. This is shortable for me. A lot of shares available. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Sitting right on the VWAP. The VWAP is 856 area, so it's right on the VWAP. So why is this important? Well, it could act as support. Okay, so if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you're looking at this and thinking, okay, will that act as support? Will it bounce off the VWAP? Okay, Magnus, having a little problem to read the name of the scanner. So, are you talking about what you're seeing? Obviously, you're talking about what you're seeing on my screen. You're talking to Magnus in our main room. In the gray field. Are you the gray field? Are you talking about? So I've got the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So this one in the top left-hand corner, you can have it. So if you're talking about this one, the biggest in the top left-hand corner, that one specifically, because there are three races going, but this is the super active one. Well, are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Magnus? Okay. Well, then, do you know how to load? Do you know how to load this if you want it to have it on your screen? Do you know how to do that? Okay. So just click on my homepage link. I'll go over it. I'll show you because there could be other people, and that this link will be the same. Well, I'll explain what I mean. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here are my sorry middle section right here. Here are my scans. So if you wanted this biggest gainers from the start of the race, which is the one right up here. So again, and this is the any one of these scans that I am sharing. This is what you do if you want to have it on your screen. You just click on where it says open scan. So I'm going to click on open scan, biggest scanners from the start of the race, open scan. And here is the link right up here. Okay. And all I do is I highlight it and I left click on the right side of it and then just drag. Now I've highlighted it. So green or blue, and then I copy it, Control C. Now the link is copied. I mean, this is just pretty simple, browser work, okay? How to copy. So now that link is copied, and then I go up to the toolbar and File, Load from Cloud. Basically, think of it like this. You've copied it into the cloud, and then File, Load from Cloud, and there it is, okay? There is the link right there. If you've done it correctly, that box will be will be filled with this link. See how it ends in ED561, ED561, and then you click on load, and now it'll be on your screen. Okay, popped on my other monitor, but now it should be on your screen. Okay. Now, once it's on your screen, you do a couple of things here. Right click and save it. Okay. Right click, save or share to cloud, and then save it. Okay. Now it's in your cloud. It's in your cloud. So if you accidentally delete it, you click on the X, it's okay. Just load it from your cloud. And if you wanted to incorporate it as part of your layout, then leave it, obviously leave it up, and then save your layout with this in it. Now, if you're wanting to know now, it should be easy enough for you to right click on it. Moment. Okay, so give me one moment. So now you can see what I'm looking for in it. Right click and open the top list. So I don't know what you were talking about when you said it was great, what was grayed out, but now you can see exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, is the top list and summary, and now you can see what it's looking for, and you can make adjustments if you want. The other thing too is and this is for anybody listening to me, if you load any one of my scans like this one right now, okay, this race right now, you're not going to see all these because your race starts when you load it, okay, and so right now it is what 10:35. Um, 10:35 a.m. Eastern time. That's when your race is going to start. I've been running this race since 9:30, so that's why I'm seeing these. But if you start running your race right now, you're not going to see, what you're not going to see all these ones that I had previously, the winners that I had previously. Okay, just like the halts resumes. If you loaded my halts resumes, you're not going to see all these previous ones. It starts when you load the scan. Okay. Oh, I see, on Stephen Dan's. Well, they would have to give you the link. If in the videos that you've got, if they don't have the link for the scans, then yeah, you won't see what settings they're using. You would have to have the link for the particular scans or the top list or the that I went over. But if You have to ask them for it. I don't have access to them. Yeah, they usually will. It's not like a big secret, but the other thing is though, is that if you ask for Dan's, it depends on what day you're talking, because he does this Wednesday, between noon and 1, usually every Wednesday, and it could be a different scan but it could be a different scan every Wednesday. And then Steve is the next day, but it could be a different scan. So you literally have to say what date it is. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. So again, Magnus, if you show up on Wednesday to Dan's, I mean, I'm pretty sure he shares them, but you can always go to info at trade-ideas.com and just say, could I have Dan's layout or whatever top list he was using, scan he was using, whatever we want to call it, that he used last Wednesday, okay, with the date, and then also for Steve's the following day. You can and see for Dan doesn't get too involved. Well, not involved at all at reading emails, of course, but Steve will, and if he's got it, he'll give it to you. Okay. Or as Pepe says, you can rewatch the videos and get your shared scans from the chat replay if you want to do that. All right, guys. Well, you probably maybe you don't know. Got back into the Omer Long. Okay. Remember, I had a price alert while I was talking. Got back into the Omer Long. Let's see if this. Well, it's working. It's well. Basically, I'm now in flat because remember, I was short the first time, so now I'm basically making a little bit money now. A little bit of money now. It's covered my first loss. Yeah, GSIT is not over yet. So this is one of those ones that I'm going to put a price alert at the high of the day. This is one of these ones that maybe later on in the day it takes this out. Okay, Omer, let me put a price alert for Omer, see if I can induce it upwards a little bit more. No, you thunk right, John. GC is halted again. Potential open 1540, so halted at 1515. So yeah, it had the pullback. Did not pull back close to the VWAP though. So, but remember, if you have any trading experience at all, these pullbacks, and you could see pullbacks here, okay? These are not necessarily stocks that are at the high of the day. These could be in this race here, or this race, or any of the races. They could be stocks that have pulled back and then starting to move, and maybe they've pulled back into an area that you like. Could be the VWAP, maybe a moving average on your chart that you like. I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. Okay, American Eagle guys. American Eagle is trying to well, what a 20 down to 14 over about a month period, I guess. Trying to have a bit of a jump now. Just out of curiosity, how are the retailers doing? XRT just in general? And the answer is yeah, well, like most of the market. So the market, that's a big move, 6.5 points now on the SPY. What's XLE doing? So XLE got to the 200-day moving average, but could not break it. So Mighty Mouse, when you say any problems with trade ideas, every now and then, are you talking about your top list windows or things that generated from a top list window going blank on you? The only thing you can do, it hasn't happened to me, but if you click on account and then do reset connection a few times, okay? If that's the issue that you're having. I've had a couple of people say the same thing. It hasn't happened to have it has not happened to me. Oh, problems with AWS. Oh, that I don't know. That I don't know. You're talking about Amazon Web Services. No, there isn't it. Now, so that's got nothing to do then with trade ideas. I'm assuming that's an Amazon problem. AWS develop, which of course we'll have no control over. Okay, so that is nothing to do with trade ideas then. Okay, some are saying there's a problem with AWS, Amazon Web Services, and that's got. And as William is pointing out, there's an outage along the East Coast with AWS. Okay, so it's nothing to do with trade ideas. Obviously, we can't do anything about that. Okay. Yeah. So Wolfhound is saying the same thing. So I guess IB does not rely on AWS. All right, GSIT guys, so still halted. GSIT is still halt. Oh, it just came out of the halt. I guess it just came out of the halt. May challenge the high, guys. 1753 is the high. Here's my sly dig at William. Olma, another high of the day. OLMA. Now, at some point, there's a lot of shares available to short. So at some point, might have to look at this as a potential short. But look at this wave, riding that wave up, riding the wave up. And that's that blue wave right there, guys, riding it up. So if you're in this one, that was a beautiful, beautiful move right there at 740. The price 749. Look at that. Look at that little consolidation, and then boom. And since then, ride the wave up. William said that nobody should buy it until it hit at least, I think, $3. That's what William said. I'm kidding, William. Okay. I mean, he did say that. He didn't say nobody should buy it. He just said he wouldn't. But we have to appreciate the work that William does. I usually pester him a bit in the pre-market when I see a bio that gets hammered down, and just to have him take a look to see what other things in their pipeline. Is this the only product they've got? And then he does some very quick financial analysis and comes up with his conclusion that he would not have taken it until it hit 3. Okay, so come on, Omer. Not going to be a rocket ship, but you know. Well, I question him every day. Okay, yeah, something is going crazy here. You guys with the same server that I'm on for the Halts resumes, you're getting a you're yeah. There's something going on. Sorry, guys, I don't know what to say. So those of you on the same server that I'm on for the Halts resumes, you're getting, you know, any if you have it text to voice like I've got it, it was like an auctioneer. I don't know what's going on with it. Hopefully, it's just a one-off today. All right, how's this ANRO doing now? ANRO. So at the big pop, you see what it did? Came into the VWAP guy. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player and you were following this one, there's the VWAP right there, 1039, 1030, 1039-ish. And look what it did. It held and then moved. There's almost a dollar move from there. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Now, if you have our AI, have you ever heard me talk about the entry price column? Uh-huh. You have our AI, guys. I mean, if you're not using it, you should be. So if anybody with our AI have our premium service using our AI, if you want to know how to do it, I'm not going to do it if nobody cares, but I usually go over this 2 or 3 times a week, talking about adding the reentry price column. Because if you did, you had a reentry price for REPL as an example. You got to take full advantage of the program. Well, this is from our AI. Did not take it. Remember, I looked left and I didn't like how much room it had, but it may just keep running. Now I like it. Now look at the room, $2. See, that's what I was a little worried about. Maybe not getting through that 148, which is right now is sort of stalling at that 148. Maybe not a lot. Maybe not for long though. All right, let me take a look at some of these cheaper ones. DVLT, wow, it's got room, lot of room on the percentage basis. Look at that one. 310 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. Let me just look at a daily chart, see if we can find another high closer. Yeah, so we can find another high closer. It's too close, in my opinion. 250. I mean, it might break right through, but that's a DVLT. Okay, so William says he's going to keep the room open after I leave, probably, sometime around 2 to 2:30 or later if there are questions. He'll keep the room open till 3:45-ish. Okay. Yeah, it is halted and it's halted on the way down, but there's not like a massive move underneath that we can see yet. 1433 is the halt price for GSIT. You're short, wish you luck. Okay. So far, and now, but obviously you're short above this 1433 price. So where are you short just out of curiosity? 17. Okay, well, even if it moves higher than that, I mean, you're obviously going to make money. It's not because it's not going to open above 17. All right, guys, it's almost 11 o'clock. So today, being Monday, more than likely it'll be Chris Varley. He'll take over for me in about 1 hour in our YouTube room, and he'll be there for 1 hour. So in an hour, he'll take over and he'll be there for an hour, 12 to 1 Eastern time. As I take my break, of course, in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris if you want to. Chris will probably demonstrate a lot more about the money machine, or if you have questions about it, he can probably help. But before I just want to make sure it is Chris today. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the Omer. It was okay. I mean, I basically made back what I lost on the short and a little bit. Okay, so GSIT, what was the halt? It was halted at 1433. So yeah, and on the way down. So it actually, I know you want it to be lower, John. I'd be yeah, I'm actually looking at this for a late dayer. You know, if it gets near that high of the day, it could have another run in it. And let me just see where it could stall. I have to look at a weekly chart. Can't see anything on the weekly chart. So on a monthly chart, if it does, wow. So I have to go back. How long? Wow. There's no resistance. There's no resistance really, guy, in my opinion. I mean, I'm going back to 2017. I mean, I don't care if there's it's not an all well, it is an all-time high. It is an all-time high. Now, look, somebody wants to go back previous to 2015 or 14. I don't know how far back we go, but in all intents and purposes, this is an all-time high. So this could, still have a big run at the end of the day. I did not realize it was an all-time high. Just because it was cheap, so cheap. All right, William trying to make up atone for his GKOS. Let's take a look at GKOS. Aha. Well, let's take a look on the daily. See, well, it's got about a yeah, about a little less than $1 to the next low. So that's my issue with it, I guess, William, is that on an $80 stock with less than $1 to the next low, not a ton of room. Not that that next low is going to stall it, but and also some analysts are trying to so prop it up. BTIG maintaining a 104 price target on it. So a mixed bag on this one, right? So in the pre-market, here's Rose as US FDA clears eye therapy for rare corneal disease, but once the market opened, big drop. So that's maybe because I don't know, maybe there's not a huge market for this drug, even though they do have FDA clearance on it. Okay. All right. Yeah, just got a confirmation. So it'll be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, if you have money machine questions, Chris is pretty good. Well, he's very good at probably answering most of your money machine questions. Okay, if you're using it in the simulator, probably a good. Well, it, probably a good exit, a safe exit for you, John. I mean, it may collapse still from here, but I did not realize it was an all-time high. Actually, I'm talking about the GSIT. Okay, maybe keep an eye on CELC. Maybe it is found a bottom, a bit of a bottom at 76. It already, it got down to 75, but maybe it's finding a little bit of a bottom here. It is still at 46%. Had some news. Phase three data, phase three data for their breast cancer drug. Okay. So it is still, and it's way below the VWAP. So the VWAP, 78, 30, 23 or so is the VWAP. So it could act as a bit of a magnet. What I do is I would, well, depending on the time frame you're looking at, of course, I would maybe wait. Well, there it goes down. So maybe I'm it's not going to hold 76. Okay, forget about that. Okay, I see Shady is in FGI. I don't think I've seen FGI anywhere. I've not. Doesn't mean it's not good to trade. Just means I haven't seen it any of my scans here. FGI. So he'll take it at 6:45. That's what he means. So it has not triggered yet. If he does take it, it'll be at 6:45, which is the high right there. These two highs right there, and he'll put a stop at around the 595 mark. Just so to interpret what Shady is trying to say to you guys. Well, guys, I mean, this GSIT is holding nicely. I mean, right around that, that flattening out on the wave, which means some consolidation. It's holding nicely, actually. If it gets over 15 again, I mean, this could have another run easily. Okay, now this has been a very weak the last couple of days. This SRRK, and It is weakening again. It's below the low of Friday, a little bit below the low of Friday. Let's take a look at where it could go. Ooh, man, look at the room it's got, guys. Look at the room this one has on a weekly chart. SRRK. Next low on a weekly chart is way down here at 2263. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's not a lot of support for this one. At a, well, it's had an interesting month, month and a half, big pop up, and then last week the big drop, and maybe a big continuation. Look at the room it's got. So you can, it's obviously running counter to the market. It's basically flat. It's only down a penny from Friday's close. Well, I've got to draw your attention. Nobody took me up on my offer, so I have to show you though. I mean, look at this, guys. REPL. Look at the reentry price. Okay, for our EPL, reentry price 877, 948 now. So if you don't have that reentry column, add it. Okay, I must have put in an alert price underneath. Okay, so well, we're a little bit of a drop for GSIT. CLF guys at the high of the day, basically it's an earnings play. CLF high of the day. They didn't make money, but they reported a narrow. That's one of the harder words. Narrower, less narrow, more narrow, less narrow than expected Q3 loss on improving auto business. Okay, so they didn't make money, but they didn't lose as much. Did it, Monica? Let's take a look at our EPL holding the VWAP, and the answer is yes, right here. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. Into the VWAP, held for 10 minutes, which is an eternity, day trading. So yeah, held it for about 10 minutes before it popped off the VWAP. Okay, guys, let's see, 11:13. I mean, look at the I mean, this still has room, guys. I mean, 1331, REPL still has room. Bad news also. All right, Moderna, mRNA is now over that whole number. Yeah, last week's high though was 28.48, so I'm not that interested. I wish it were more up here around the wow. I definitely would have been interested had it been 29.50 or so, but it's too close for me to take this trade in Moderna. Like the fact that it's just over the whole number, riding the wave, kind of flattening out a little bit, but the next high is for me is too close. How's Pfizer doing? PFE. Same thing. Look at that 24.93. Boy, if it ever took out 24.93, I have to put a price alert there. This is a weekly chart, but then look left, a lot of room. Almost $28, 27.30. Okay, this one, VERX. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, the same sort of thing. You look left. To me, there's all sorts of resistance areas. However, I will put a price alert at 26.70. Probably not going to happen today. It may never happen, but if it does, then look left. A lot of room. Let's see if maybe this gets rolling later on in the week. Well, I don't know what this one is, but BGMSP just got halted. BioGreen Med Solutions. Or the temptation, yeah, to short these. There's the GSIP. There's the VWAP, guys. Boy, it's getting closer. It's getting closer to that VWAP. 1229 or so is the VWAP. So I mean, it's still $1.60 away, but it is getting closer and closer. Let's see if that how close it does get. Okay, well, there's the G-sit now. I actually took out a little area underneath, so woo, so risky. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, interested in this short for SRRK. Okay, it is below, of course, last week's low right now, or is that last week's low right now? 2780 is right there. It got down to 2767, so I'm could reset my price alert here just underneath last week's low and see if it takes it out again. And that is a potential short for me. Why? Because when I look left, it has a huge amount of room on the weekly chart anyway. 2271 is the next low. So almost $5 to the next low. Yeah, Bitcoin's having a nice resurgence, isn't it, today? IBIT maybe found a bottom around that 106 mark. I'm just looking at IBIT here. GSIT popped. Yeah, GSIT. That's why it's very rich. I mean, 1322. It pops a dollar just like that. I still think this has the chance of maybe getting on a late day run, later day run, maybe in the afternoon. It's just, I was waiting for you. Perfect circle. All right, guys, continuing to wait on this SRRK to see if it has some more droppage in it. Meanwhile, this PSNL is something that has been, wow, look how this a couple of months ago, $4 stock, $10 now. PSNL continuing to make moves. Okay, guys, well, listen, things are kind of slowing down for me a bit here. Ah, wow. Well, there's the GSIT. Just took out that little area that I thought could be interesting, and it just took it out. Well, it got to it. I shouldn't say took it out. It got to it and pulled back a bit and reset that price alert and see if it takes it out second time. Okay, just did it again, guys. Just took it out or got to that price again. GSIT. And again. It's got to be so careful. I mean, it's so volatile right now. GSIT. Well, right now it's been volatile all day, but little buy flag right there. So you can see the orange is just trying to turn blue, which means that it's, the trend is trying to change to a strong trend again. Mm. But this AWS outage, I guess it's still it's affecting our ability to answer emails because we're using something called Help Scout. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:29. I'm just gonna put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm muting myself. All right, guys, I'm back. Oops. Back, both rooms now. Well, look at that G sit now, guys. So yeah, I took out that area, and but I'm also loving the fact that that REPL. No, I should look at the other reentries. So far, this one did not. Let me take a look at this one though, because it could happen later on. But this is a short opportunity for CYD. Well, let's see what's happening with Amazon. That shorted, so that outage is still. But I thought it was an East Coast outage. Perfect circle. That's what somebody said. East Coast outage. AWS continues to investigate the root cause for network connectivity issues. So this is in the East region. So I'm surprised it's affecting you out in the West Coast. Perfect circle. Talking to perfect circle in our YouTube room. I'm assuming you're on the West Coast. Wow. You sit now just took out the well, not the high of the day. No, the high of the day is still up here around 18, I think, or 17 something. Probably about seven. Well, let's look right there. The high of the day looks like around 1760. I was kind of hoping this would happen later on in the afternoon, but it looks like it's just going to take out this high now. I'm not telling anybody to buy it. I'm just saying it this looks like it's got this mission. Couple of highs right there. You can see in the 15-minute chart. A couple of highs right at that level, right at 1759 or so. And there it went, guys. I mean, it just took out the high of the day briefly, but wow. I mean, look at that. Look at that. It got up to what 1798 and it came right back down to 1481. Talk about volatility. Well, I've been watching that SRRK, and I thought I almost pounced on it, but a little bit of a pop now, so I might have to just forget about it. It's through the VWAP. Watch it just to see if it clears 29 or 28 again underneath, just because of the room it's got. Okay, and it had such a bad day or a bad week last week, closed near the low. Well, what's been pretty steady since the second alert was REPL. A little bit of a downturn here on the 2 minute, but on a 2 minute chart, even pretty darn steady. Is moving up, 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 up. Is Holly AI actually trading live right now? I don't know what you mean by that. It's never attached to a live account, if that's what you mean. And is that what you mean, Jay Z? And yes, you can go on a monthly subscription instead of a yearly. Yes. So these are live alerts from the AI, but there's no account at Trade Ideas that trades these, if that's what you mean. So if you go to if you go to my homepage, talking to Jay Z in our YouTube room. Hopefully you can hear me. So if you click on my homepage link, and this is a toggle, okay, a toggle. So if you want to take out a subscription, you click on the Get Started Now, and this you can see this is a toggle, monthly, annual. There's the monthly. So you can take on a monthly either in our standard service or our premium service. Just click on this is just a toggle, annual, monthly. Okay. So the answer is yes, you can take out a monthly subscription. Now remember the monthly subscription, you'll get a discount for the first month only. So right now it's 15% off. Okay. Can you hear me, JC? I better call him JZ. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Okay, good. So hopefully did I answer your questions? This is a toggle on and off. You can pick monthly or annual. Okay, number one. And number two, AI does not trade. If you're wondering again, if this trades takes all these trades in some kind of an AI account, no. Well, meanwhile, GSIT just did it again. Took out this high again. At least the trend is up, but it's unnerving when you see something like that going from 1792 down to 1475. So like a $3 drop in like seconds. The issue is always going to be where are you going to put a stop? You take this up, or you wait for a big pullback. Well, I mean, this also could have a late day run. I mean, this REPL has a lot of room still. 1325, a couple of highs in the weekly. It still has room. Had news. So Lyrics in the there's a target of 13 on them. Okay. Wow. All right, guys, 11:47. I have another little over 10 minutes left before I take my break. Chris Farley will show up in our YouTube room. So anybody in YouTube or in the main room, and you're looking for more information, a little more probably demonstration of the money machine, I think Chris will do that for you. So is there a way to scan OI? Is that open interest in options? Staying alive? Is that what you mean? Talking to staying alive in our YouTube room? If that's what you mean, no, there isn't. Yeah, no, there is no way to do that. We have some filters for options, but not that one. Not open interest. Boom! Look at GSI. Wow, over 18 again. Okay, so when you say, "Do you provide the format of the setting?" What do you mean by that, JZ? JZ? You mean you mean what? Like why these things triggered? Like what are the filters that were used? If that's what you mean, no, we don't provide that. That's sort of proprietary. If that's what you mean, if that's what you mean. Yeah, so this is what we have for option scanners or filters. We do type in the search, I'll type in options. We have some obvious ones. So we have the put call ratio. We have option volume. That option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, including puts and calls. Put and call volume today separated. So this one here, option volume today percent, that's kind of the key one. Again, it may not help trade options at all, but how a person would use this is just to show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So, for instance, if a stock in this one right there, option volume, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So, let's just say a stock has traded 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. If you use this filter, option volume today percent, you added that filter and you put 300% ratio of 3 in there, that stock that is traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, today will have to be trading 15,000 contracts. Okay. So it's a way to zero in on stocks that are having at least abnormal option activity. Now, whether or not that helps you trade the option itself, I can't tell you that, but it's just another way of looking at stocks that are trading abnormally when and zeroing in on the option activity. Okay. Okay. JZ, JZ. No, this is it. What you see here, that's it. So JZ, did that answer your question? If you're wondering, well, why did these stocks show up? What were the filters used? That then it's all proprietary. If that's what you meant, okay. So that's what I mean. The filter settings. Are you talking about in the AI specifically, or I'm sharing everything you see on the screen. I am sharing, but if you're talking about the AI specifically, we do not share those settings. If that's what you're talking about. And the reason being is that, I mean, it's part of our premium service. If we were just gonna share them, then why would anybody subscribe? If you're talking about options specifically staying alive, no. Now your broker, I mean, I have option data from my broker, of course, but what I showed you is all we have, okay? All we have for option data filters. So again, all we have is what I showed you, okay? Staying alive. That's all we have. The purchase price of the option is, we don't have anything that tells you what the purchase price of the option is. No, this is all we have. You cannot scan. We don't scan for options. Okay, we just scan for the stock, and that's it. So, but these are the again, these are the option filters that we've got. That's it. So when you say the purchase price of the option is not a data point that is fact, no, this is just trying to show you stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of options. So in theory, you could take a look. If you created a scan with those in, and you just wanted to see the stocks that are having abnormal option activity, so you would maybe click on. You get an alert. You click on it, and then in your broker, you can see the option activity, like what you're talking about, and that can make up your mind whether or not you want to trade the option or not. I'm not an option trader, so I don't do it. All right, guys. Well, getting close now. 5 minutes, and I'll be out of here for an hour. So what I'm going to do now is put the link into YouTube. So if you guys want to head over, not he's not there yet. Chris is not there yet. But if you there's the link to get into YouTube. If you want to listen to Chris for his hour, he'll be there between 12 and 1. Sometimes he comes a little early. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my announcement up. I'm still here until he comes, but I'll just want to put my announcement up. Yeah, so you can create custom formulas, but only from the data that we've got. And so I've showed you that's the data that we've got for our option filters. So yeah, in theory, you can create formulas, but only using the data that we've got. So again, you so this is it. I mean, whoops. So put call ratio, option volume, average over the last 10 days, the volume today, put volume, call volume, and then this one, the option volume today as a percent, trying to show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So, probably there's no way you could combine these to give you what you're looking for. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting now for Chris to show up. One day I'll have a chance to look at some of these. Yeah, I mean, it's just another way staying alive. I mean, sure. I mean, I have an option. I'm not using it right now, but sure. I mean, as a day trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Obviously, one way is to look at the volume. Is that abnormal volume? Okay, but combined with maybe abnormal option activity, can really find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So that was the question: is any value in using the option volume for the abnormal option volume? Again, if a stock normally trades 5,000 contracts a day and that's what it's doing right now, well, then it's not abnormal. But if it's trading 15,000 contracts right now and then on average it's done 5,000 over the last 10 days, sure, that's abnormal volume. Abnormal option activity coupled with abnormal volume can really help you zero in on the stocks that are really trading abnormally. But nothing to do with trading the option. Though it could help. I mean, some tell me that they use that filter, at least to show you the stocks that are trading abnormally option-wise, and then you can just kind of focus on those stocks. But again, I'm not an option trader at all, so I can't tell you how well that can work how or with or if it will work. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. So, guys, I am taking my break in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'm muting myself now in the main room. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley, Esquire, into our. Why? Why not? Every week I'll try to come up with another moniker for you. Okay.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, put a little giggle, little bit of a giggle in your life.
We can always
We
use
all
a few
need
of those,
giggles.
right? Exactly.
We all need a few of those.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Chris. Anything you want to tell me before I let you go? Anything of interest that's happening at Trade Ideas that I may not know?
Just that, we do have that the AWS issue that's affecting us in
Yes.
Help Scout right now. So
Yeah.
I don't know what else it may be affecting. I know you said you had some issues with something, and I think Steve said he had some issues with the top list or something. But I to this point, or to the point where Scout got flaky on us, I didn't see anything else coming in about that. So
Right.
it seems to be kind of isolated to a user or 3 specific. All my scans are working as expected and whatever else. So, you know how it is. It's hard to pinpoint.
So you know what? This might be a good opportunity for me, because just to let you know, this halts resumes. Okay.
Mhm.
I know I've put this in. I know you've probably done a Jira ticket on it before, but let me just explain, what happens. And I find it very embarrassing because I'm on a server. What happens is if a stock gets halted and then it gets resumed and then it gets halted within, say, 30 seconds or so,
Yeah.
I don't get the halt. I don't get the
No.
halt. Whereas people like William in the other people who are on another server,
Right.
they do get the halt. Okay, in a situation like that. So I find it a little embarrassing that I'm somewhat affiliated with Trade Ideas, and the server that I'm on will never show that.
Huh. All right. I didn't realize that's what was going on.
That's what's going on. Today, though, there was some craziness happening. We're getting like stocks like Netflix and everything being halted. Whereas William, again, on another server, was not seeing that. I'll call that just a one-off. But the other one is, crazy that I don't get just because I'm on another server at Trade Ideas.
Yeah.
I'm not getting those halts if they happen within, say, 30 seconds of a resume. So that's my issue.
I mean, I wonder if I guess it has to be a server issue.
Pepe has the same thing. Pepe has the same thing. So
Right.
It's got to be. And I think he and I are on the same server. So I think it is a server issue.
Yeah. I think people default to a certain server based on geographic location, but
exactly.
Setting should skip you around. I'm just curious if after you start the software each day, if you were to reset, 5 or 6 times, that would have any impact. Not that that's a solution necessarily, but maybe just a way to track down.
It's been happening for, I would call it, years.
Yeah.
This is not just something that happened last week or last month. I mean, I might be exaggerating. Months at least it's been happening.
No, because I feel like you've mentioned something about halts and resumes prior to the last few months. Maybe not the exact same issues, but something anyway similar. So
no, exact same issue. Same
issue. Go. So there you go.
Okay. So now now I've been able to explain it in plain English what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll this is probably boring people. So, and what Pepe is saying, but William and I are within 100 miles of each other, and we are in different servers, so it's not necessarily geographic.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. So anyway, we're probably boring people, so I'll let you go, Chris. I've told them that you are going to be able to tell them everything that's needed to know about the money machine and how to make money on it. Okay.
Absolutely.
So on that one, I'll let you go. See you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. So a little behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, troubleshooting with some stuff there. It's always, that'd be the most difficult part of what we do here, is when a handful of people, sometimes even if a handful of people have something going on that we can't replicate or we don't see widespread. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but it's much better when everybody has the same problem It's much easier to isolate and fix. So, anyways, I guess that's where we be living right now. So also odd. I always thought, or at least I was told by someone from way back when, that geographic location determined the server, especially after the AWS switch for us. Before that, we had a big server house or whatever it was, server farm that we rented space in, and geographic location didn't actually play any role in where you ended up in, on which really just a bunch of computers. Right. Usually that is the case. Yeah. And that's what I was told by, it was Dave Mabe, I guess 2-3 years ago, whatever it is now. Sometimes it's hard to believe how much time has passed on certain things already. So, all right. With all that said, I guess, we're open here, open for business on any questions you folks have. So don't be shy, please. Come one, come all for the trade ideas questions anyways. And I will do my best to answer those. As always, open forum here, so I don't have any pre-done content or anything like that. Rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions here. Stacy, I'll be honest, it was a pretty lackluster Thursday session. Only a few people showed up and almost nobody was interacting with me at all during it. So there wasn't anything I really went over. It was very user kind of specific stuff about, random things, to be honest. There's no real flow or back and forth, unfortunately. It was not like that first couple of sessions that I did a month ago or whatever it was. So anything you have, don't be shy. Just get it in here now. I don't have the new version of the software as well. I haven't gotten that. Dan has it. He's the only one that has it right now. So those enhancements I don't have access to, and I've only seen what you folks have seen essentially on it, as far as the market direction item there and the price alerts and all that stuff like that. So I haven't been able to test it or anything else. I've just seen, the few videos that Dan shared. And last Wednesday, when he was doing his demo on it, I was unable to attend that demo as I was preoccupied with other tasks around here. So if it's any of the the stuff that's been out and you got questions still, I can definitely cover those, of course. And just one other thing to follow up. This is more, I think, Stacy specific, but in case anybody else is still having the assertion error, they haven't been able to isolate why it's happening exactly, only where it's happening. It's weird, the technical language on this, but they have a solution that they're working on that should be in that next release that we get, that should take care of that for you or anyone else that's having it. So that should be taken care of. We're hoping that on our internal end, we see that release today or tomorrow. We'll bang on it here to see if any major bugs come out, errors, error messages, crashes, anything like that. If all of our testing were to go well for a couple of days, in the most perfectest of worlds, maybe Friday it gets released. I think it's more likely next Monday or Tuesday, though, for that. Yeah, no. I haven't had a chance to play around with those new changes. I am curious to see them. I do find the price alerts very intriguing. I have those get set up and then take the orders if they trigger with the trade management settings of the trade of the money machine. Excuse me. So first, Warrior Trading stole our tech and our data to create a watered down version of what we do. And then they just renamed a few things. Like, for example, their 5-minute relative volume is not 5-minute relative volume. It's our volume percent on a 5-minute basis changed, and they just changed it to a ratio instead of a percent. So examples of things that they did to kind of try to circumvent us as a data provider. We could do anything they can do and much more. However, you'd need to know what the settings are of their scans to replicate it. I can name any scan, anything I wanted, but it doesn't mean it'll actually do it. I could create a scan that was just for breaking out to new highs nonstop, and I could call it, falling through the floor and crashing. You name anything you want, anything you want. So if you've got specific settings, meaning they're using this filter with these values and things like that, we could do anything they can do and much more, to be honest. And then as far as scanners linking with TOS, we have the external link, but we're unlikely to ever actually directly link to TOS. Before they sold to Charles Schwab, they did not have a working API at all. And I can promise you, after selling to Charles Schwab, they have zero intention of ever creating an API. There's no money in it for them. So that's just never going to happen. But if you wanted to externally link to Thinkorswim, here's a video that I cover a few different linkings, and that includes Thinkorswim. All right, so keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Having ourselves another nice bounce here, not far off from all-time highs again. I guess if nobody's asking questions, I'm going to, as I love to do, take my shot at the perma bears here and the doomsayers and all those things like that. So take a trip down memory lane here. And remember, we're going to crash here. It's all over, right, guys? Merry-go-round's dead, and fiat's dead, and the Fed can't rescue us this time, and whatever else, whatever wonderful narratives were out there. And then don't forget, I think on Friday, or maybe it was Thursday or Friday. So here's Thursday, here's Friday. Remember that also the regional banks, they were leveraged and going to crash and all that stuff like that. So I guess all those headlines didn't work out again. It's funny because, I like to play the cautiously optimistic card. I think when you have an actual trading plan and you understand what risk management is, that's who most traders become, knowing that at some point we're going to sell off, like a real sell off, not an almost kind of sort of, maybe we'll call this a pullback, like what this was. When we have that real sell off, you get stopped out of some stuff, and you wait for things to line back up, and start to make your assessments on what you do or do not like, and different data and items out there, and then you start up again. But outside of that, follow the trend. The trend is your friend. Warrior Trading as an FTC investigation. Yeah, I mean, they had whatever trouble they had or whatever. Look, in the past, I've been someone who picked on Warrior Trading, but I will say this. I've met some real people in real life that have, attended classes with Ross and things like that, and they've ended up doing very well for themselves, through his education and whatever else. I don't know that all of his profits could be verified or anything like that, but, that's neither here nor there with that. I do know that, he wound himself in some kind of situation with the government, and that was handled, and they're still up and running and doing their thing. So, like anything else, when you're a public figure like that, you're going to make your enemies as well. So, I'll be candid and honest. I definitely took some shots at him in the past. Not all of it deservedly so, but that's life. So again, don't be shy, everybody. Get some questions in for me, please, please, please. This is a much better hour here with you all when you're asking the questions and driving the content. If not, so be it. Did start the money machine like around 9:50 Eastern this morning. One strategy that I'm kind of holding hope that will end up working out. Bit of a bummer, I got knocked out of this for a loss, and this for a loss, and this for a loss. And they ended up turning around, so maybe a little too tight on the stop instructions. But we'll see. I mean, it's kind of tough because it's been a really kind of a more up and away day more than anything else today, and so not having this work out today, a little discouraging to say the least. Is the money machine? Yeah, Phil. It's going to be in paper mode for a while. I wouldn't anticipate live anytime soon. When it goes to live, you'll see a lot of big announcements. I promise. There'll be no shortage of, as a company, us shouting it from the rooftops, to say the least. But this paper version's still in an alpha mode. They're still kind of tweaking and adding features to it right now. So as long as that's going on, we're going to be a ways off from live mode. All right, Trendline Server, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's so weird, man. This strategy, like 10 days in a row, was just like murdering it. Like every day was up, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11% or something like that. And it was like someone just turned the switch off on it working. Now, I'll be honest, I messed with some of the settings in it. Most of the settings that I messed in it, I was demonstrating some stuff, and then it's saved, and I don't really remember what the heck I had for the original settings in here. Not the scan part, but this stop part here. So, kind of a bummer. I don't have a way to go back and look at what I had exactly, but I'm pretty sure that when I messed with the settings in here, demonstrating stuff, that screwed me up. So anyways, one thing I could say for sure is there's no strategy, whether it's the money machine or anything else, that will work in every market environment. I'm fairly confident that will never happen. Different environments are going to require, a different look, a different set of scanning, a different set of data. I have mixed feelings about it. I mean, look, first off, I don't get to use it like everybody, like a lot of other people do. I have to constantly stop whatever I'm doing in trade ideas and load other people's layouts, users that are having issues and stuff like that. So I don't get to just consistently use the software to leverage to what I want to do in the market. It's just, that's the, where I live in life. So it's hard for me to make a lot of assessments when I'm just constantly stopping and starting and not able to just let something run and use it for now. I mean, I see all kinds of great potential there. And, on the days where I was able to really kind of just run it towards the beginning, it was like some holy cow moments. In the weeks, I should say, to follow that, I haven't had those holy cow moments, unfortunately. And then the other thing is this, as far as impacting my trading, I'm not day trading at all. I'm not even considering it or looking at anything for a day trade literally ever anymore for many months. So, the stocks that are coming through on these scans that I've tested and played around with, none of them would have any real day trade or any swing trading. I wouldn't consider anything from any of them a swing trade, essentially. So it's not really having any impact for me in that regard. I can give you some examples that Dan had gone over with me that, how he's using it in his day trading, which I thought was pretty insightful and a different, Dan's always got these outside the box ways of looking at things that, I don't know, a beautiful mind, I guess. But he went over this thing and it was like, that's pretty cool, actually. So what he'd said, look, you may run into a situation where, you're in a few trades and you don't necessarily want to get out of them with the money machine, but there may be other items that are being alerted on the money machine scans that you could say, I'm interested in that. And so he relates it to like scouting. Like, you've got your scouts, you're going into battle, the scouts go out to take a look at the field, what's going on, the lay of the land, how, others are positioned, things like that. And he says, these stocks are your scouts out there, essentially. The scan is sending them out to scout the market. They're out there for a reason, making the scan. And you can go through and you can say, gee, while I'm involved in these other trades in here, this has a decent setup or this one has a decent setup. Let me put some price alerts on. We recapture a level, or if we pull back to a different level, I'm interested in these stocks for these various reasons. So, I just didn't think of it that way. It's essentially using the scan, actually. But given that you're looking at it, in a different high leverage position or different high leverage data look, given the ranking and more of a narrow look to say, these are the quote qualiest of stocks coming through the scan, I want to give them another look and keep them in my mirror so I can see, or, keep them in my rearview mirror so I can not lose track if they were to do something I really want to be involved in. So while I'm not necessarily using the software like that myself, because I'm not day trading, I don't know. I really like that look that Dan gave me, or that thought that Dan gave me with that. I think it's probably something he covered in some of his live streams as well. So it's probably something, or, maybe I'm not conveying exactly the way he was conveying it, but I know it's the same element and theme that he had conveyed without a question. I'm sure he's gone over it a couple times in a few Wednesday sessions since him and we had a call about it. But other than that, on a personal note, I'm just kind of biding my time and looking for, some more things that I might want to put to work here. What are some of my favorite alerts? I really have just kind of two go-to scans at this moment. While I am technically a very high leverage power user of the software from the past, my use of the software is very simplistic now. So I'll share these two scans out here. My evening scan, share. Just finding the link for it, and then I'll go over what they do. So I'll do one at a time. So I'll share one link at a time and go over the scans real quick. Anybody with questions, don't be shy, please. Please get any questions in. So the first link I shared is this scan here. I'm looking at stocks that are $11 or higher, have a relative volume of 1 or higher, trade at least 750,000 shares on the day. I should probably turn this up because I don't think this is enough for me anymore, 750,000 shares, but I've left it there for now anyways. And then it's got to be 75% above the low of 20 days. So I want to see it's, got potential to break out. That's potentially breaking out over these 20 days now, over the last 20 days. And then I got to be 75% above the low of today. Again, I want to see stuff that's strong, but not necessarily, it doesn't have to be at the high of the day. It just can't have really crash back through, from the high of the day, essentially. And that's what I'm looking at with this scan. I'm trying to find stuff that looks like, I don't know. I'm trying to find something that'll make sense in here. Let's see, because there's going to be things I don't like in scanning. I go chart by chart and kind of make an assessment from there. So, it looks like the money machine took a shot at this here. Not really crazy about that stock. No, not on a long-term basis anyways. GSIT, I didn't notice it there, to be honest. It did get traded in the money machine. It took a profit of $77.50. Yeah, VALE, I don't know. It's kind of tough. Like, long-term downtrend like this. I know it's mining, and this thing hasn't, participated. Like other miners look way better than that. And I'm not always of the mindset of, I think you got to be careful with, well, all these other miners have done well, so this one's going to play catch up. It may play catch up, but I mean, it's been weak for like super long, right? So, I don't want to buy the weakest of the group of stocks that are doing well. So I don't like that. REAL. This one a little nicer here. You got obviously a bunch of weakness, long base, broke out, pulled back to kind of a logical level to pull back and bouncing again right here. So I do like the look of that. I don't know what it is, but the chart itself, that's not bad. Clears above this. It's got some room up to this level up here. Doesn't mean it'll get there. I have no idea, but there's potential at least. It's got room to move for sure before banging its head into anything. TAL. Nothing to like about that stock. SSYM. Nothing to like about that stock. Just for, again, reasoning here. Things just selling off, right? Maybe it's turning now. Maybe it's going to turn now. But I'm not a bottom fisher like that. Some people like that. That's not who I am. That's not what I like. I like to find stocks that are, in an uptrend or begun an uptrend as close as I can get to the beginning of the uptrend. CRMD. This one's a little nicer. Looking at that long-term chart. So you've got, make this move, really kind of consolidated for a long time here, but it hasn't pulled back quite as deep down to here, trying to find itself back up this way again. So, yeah, it's a nicer look right there. I don't know that I don't like it enough to put it on a liked list, but definitely a nicer looking chart than what I've seen. Go over another chart or two. Then I see some stuff came into the chat. I'll go over that, and then I'll go over the other scan that I like to use. Like this, right? Got this base that we just broke out of here. Really broke out of that. It's pulled back into this 15 level here. So you got a, and bounced off it. So you got a nice kind of pulls back into this area again and fails, probably ugly to the downside again. It keeps moving up. You're looking good. Lifetime high right there, right here. That's not too shabby. That's a nice look right there overall. I wouldn't mind to see it consolidate a couple of more days here. That is quite the move that is made recently right there. I would like to see a little more of a consolidation there. But that's something that, might want to keep an eye on. All right, so Phil, bear with me. I'll go over a second scan momentarily. Do you see? Yeah, I saw GSIT from the AI here. I didn't trade it myself. The money machine, paper traded it for me. I mean, it's having itself quite a day for whatever reason. I mean, 615 on the relative volume. I mean, that's wild. 78 million shares traded. That's crazy liquid. Small float to 23 million. So it's, got all the makings of going batty. It's got earnings in a few days. So definitely want to be paying attention to that. But, and it's overall, tried to keep up the volume on the day here. It was running high, dropped down, came back up. We're in kind of the sleepy time for the market now anyways. Going to want to see it. You're going to want to see it hold that 15 level, I would say. Definitely want to see it hold the VWAP. And you want to see that volume come back alive without any question there. That's going to be a big deal. So, yeah, I saw it today. Just this is not something I would trade ever. Once upon a time, I would have tried to trade something like this. That time has long since passed me by. So you can see it's less about indicators, Mo, and more about these strategies. So here's, let me find you a page that's going to have these listed. Bear with me. So to give you a description of strategies, but the actual filters are kept under lock and key. So here's a list and a description of the Holly strategies that exist. So you can find that there. I mean, if you have the settings for the war, like I don't need them personally. And also, I mean, I'm not in the habit, and by habit, I mean, I wouldn't ever share someone else's personal settings and scans. If someone's publicly sharing them, that's fine. But, you know, I wouldn't take someone else's stuff without their permission and share it out, you know, PRM there as far as the Warrior trading scans go. You know, I don't think it's in good taste to take other people's stuff and share it. And that's a philosophy we that's a philosophy we have as a company in general. So, you know, no need to share those. I don't think we're good. You know, if someone has a theme on something they want to find for scanning, we could build it without their settings. We just need to know, you know, what are you looking for more than less, you know, need some details, you know, some price range, you know, things like that as involving gaps, change from percent, change over X amount of time, position in different ranges, you know, stuff like that. We can make anything that anybody else can make like that. Hamid, is this a cup shape? I'm not sure which what you're referring to. Previous stock. Oh, I see. Yeah, what stock was that? Was that CRMD? No, it wasn't that. Is that SSY? No, it wasn't that. Darn, which stock was it that we were looking at? If you list out the stock again, because I know we were, you know, plowing through a few different ones here. Here's this. This is interesting. Of course, it has to be, you know, it's a biotech, so that makes it less interesting now, at least for swing traders. But, you know, you got this kind of base here and a low, and a new base and a low, and, you know, higher. Look at these higher lows, and, you know, look at these higher highs. You're in a beautiful trend right here. It's really kind of gone, you know, up and off and pulled away at this point. You'd like to, you know, you'd like to see it consolidate or maybe pull back into this 15 range a little bit again, and then maybe take another shot moving up. Way off any kind of lifetime high there at 71.25 for that lifetime high. It's not a bad looking chart. It's, you know, kind of chart you want to see here. UHG, do I think that's a good play? Down 50% today. UHG, I'm not, what's UHG? And if you look at the chart, whether it's a good play or not, you know, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. No, I couldn't tell you anything nice about this stock. Sorry. I mean, look at this thing. just a absolute falling knife, down 90% over the last 2 years, down more today. Clearly, there are no believers in this stock. If there's any believers, they're involved in the company. And I think it's more of a hope and pray than a believer at this point. So that's what I'd be thinking. What's a good algo? It's so you versus you. That's an extremely subjective question. It's like asking, what's a good song? And you tell me some country song, I'm going to tell you, sorry, I don't do country, right? If I tell you some rap song, you don't like rap, we're at an impasse there, subjective. So when you say what's a good algo, some of the scans I was just going over, or the one scan I was just going over, I like that very much. Other people I've shared it with don't like that scan at all. So no, not your bad. But no, the only way that we, this is how we do a good back and forth here. And so what I would come back at you with is, what is it that you were scanning for? What kind of trading plan do you have? Your time frame, risk management rules, things like that. And then I could guide you into some things that are usually, more popular, used, and things like that. Move you in that kind of direction. So, because, like, for example, here, I've got this momentum scan here that was shared with me forever ago. Let me just find it real quick. So this, got shared with me forever ago, and years ago, it was really popular. I haven't heard people mention it much since then. But this was a high-a-day momentum scanner there. I'm going to load it up too. Bear with me. And so, this is a really popular scan, but, there were people that use the scanner like, oh, I'm losing money like crazy on it. And there are other people like, oh, this changed my entire trading. So I was like, all right, well, again, beauty in the eye of the scan holder. And, it's got a couple different strategies in here, looking at, different stuff with low floats and up, bigger or lower prices, medium floats, so on and so forth, different breakouts. And so, someone like myself, I'm not a day trader. I'm not very good at it, or wasn't very good at it. Found a lot more success in swing trading, which is not my kind of scan. There's nothing wrong with it. But there's a cloud link to it. I like I tell anybody else, take the cloud link, open it up, go over the different strategies in here. You go to strategy, go to configure, and you can see what it's doing on the inside here, and go over the filters, the alerts that are being used, things like that, and get a better idea of what it's looking for and how it may or may not fit what you're trying to do in your own scanning in the market. So again, it's always a mixed review with this scan, but it was popular without a question for years anyways, going back into the, let's say 2018, 2019, up until 2 or 3 years ago. I just haven't heard many people ask for it since then. And so I'll go back over another scan of mine that I like, and it's on the swing trading side of things. I like this one. Position lifetime range share. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. So there's that, and then let me bring the scan over. And so this is, I'm looking for stocks that are, they're $8 or higher. They got a relative volume of one, traded at least 1 million shares on the day, and they're 85% above the low of their lifetime range. Essentially, they're within 15% of their lifetime highs. Now I use this scan in 2 different ways. 3 different ways, sorry. 2.5. Let's say there's way 1, way 1A, and then way 2. Not so much as ways, but I glean different data from it. So first thing I do is how many stocks are coming through the scan? We got a good amount of stocks. Well, that means we're looking in a healthy bull market. We're in a healthy trend overall for the overall market, right? We got a lot of stocks that are within 15% of their lifetime high or better. That's for the bulls. That's what we want to see in that regard. Second thing I like to do is, is there a theme among the scans here? Is it tech heavy? Is it healthcare heavy? Is it, commodities heavy, so on and so forth, and think to myself, where are the areas that are strong? And let's take a look at, do we think that those continue to stay strong, or are we looking towards the end of a rotation? Because sometimes you'll see a sector that starts to really take off and all the stocks or most of the stocks within it, then they begin to lift as well, real strong. And then next thing you know, they kind of sell out and a rotation to the next sector comes in, right? So am I finding this sector with legs still in it to go or not? That's the way. And then of course, I go through the individual stocks and I start to look at charts. GSIT, obviously I'm not going to have any interest as a swing trader in that. The thing has gone beyond bonkers. It hasn't done anything in a long time. It's having its day for whatever reason. I'm going to guess there's some news involved in it. As someone who doesn't trade based on news whatsoever, I don't really, it's not relevant to me what the news may or may not be. Now, look, I'll tell you this, though. Let's just say this thing moves up like this. And maybe let's say it, kind of finds itself pulling back into this 10 level and it kind of stays interesting at the 10 level and starts to pull back up after several weeks. I'd find that interesting. But, one day doesn't make a trend. I like to find stuff that's, in a trend. I can tell you right now, quite a bit of tech going on in here and quite a bit of mining. So, tech, obviously tech heavy right there. Obviously tech, precious metals. I believe that's precious metals. Just going off the top of my head with some of these things. So, a good spread there between a couple of different things. CELC. So this was an interesting one here, right? Not doing anything forever, makes this big gap up, moves up, pulls back down, trying to get back out of this range. Now, it would have been nice to see this before it jumps back up another $20 on a gap today. Actually $20+ right there, because that's where it was. That's where it opened. But, made this nice move. That's might have been something I'd be more interested in before making that, this move here, trying to get something like that. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking for in a scan like this. Apple, just curious. I actually have Apple chart open all the time when I'm doing troubleshooting stuff, but I never really actually look at Apple's chart. That's interesting. So pushing up a new all-time high again today. This is the prior all-time high, 260. It's 263. Just kind of doing its thing long term. I mean, quite the trend long term here. Hard to argue with that. ASX bull flag. Yeah, so it's up on this scan here. Let's take a look at ASX. So I'm not sure what time frame you're looking at. I mean, you got the pole here now. If we got a move like this, then it would be bull flagging on a daily chart. But the pole's there. It's got part of it. Now it needs a couple of, tight pullback days, counter trend to it. What do I think of Beyond? I think they're going bankrupt. It's like a sub-dollar stock now, right? Well, it was a sub-dollar stock, I think. It's bounced today for whatever reason. Huge bounce percent-wise, 80, almost 84%, 83.5%. I mean, the thing is obviously, look, anybody can say anything they want about anything. Eventually, the stock market will sniff you out if you are full of crap or if your product is crap. So clearly, Beyond Meat does not have enough people that truly like it. For all the people that said, "Oh, I love Beyond Meat and eat it," clearly they're not eating it consistently. If all those people that loved it so much were eating it consistently, this would not have happened to their stock. Down 99.17% in 5 years. So I would guess next stop is, I don't know, chapter 8, chapter 10, chapter 11, whichever book they want to read from on going bankrupt. Be up to them on their restructuring or selling off the parts of the company that might be viable, whatever they do. Have I tried it? No, I've never had Beyond anything. I've never had any fake meat, nor do I ever plan to have any fake meat. Just my personal preference. For those that like it, good on you. But clearly, as far as the stock goes, I guess the worst that happens is you could only lose $1.19 per share if you were to buy it today. If it went to zero. I don't think it could pull an oil and go negative like we saw in 2020 when oil went negative. But, it looks like a failing company at this point. But you know what? I'll say this. I will say this. Who remembers this company when they were possibly going bankrupt, right? Because this thing is wild what happened with this thing, right? This thing almost was obliterated and bankrupt. At $330 stock right now. It was up over $400 a couple of months ago. Get out of here. Who'd have predicted that? So that doesn't mean Beyond Meat can't do it. It's just, do you really want to bet your money on something like that and have it tied up in it? Do you have a reason or thesis for it? I wouldn't have had a reason or thesis that Carvana did what it did, but I'd also be lying to say if I had the information back here that I wouldn't have bought it. So, we can make of those things what we will. So Andy was looking at Tesla this morning. What's Tesla look like? If I'm not mistaken, people were telling me Tesla was going bankrupt or they were going to be dead back here and that it was all over for them. I guess that was wrong again. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is this isn't a stock I generally bet against ever. Earnings in a couple of days. Why can I not zoom in? Why is my mouse not working? Come on, mouse. That's incredibly frustrating. All right, you know what I want to do? I want to get rid of these buy and sell flags because they're in my way. Okay, well, apparently nothing wants to work for me right now. There we go. So, look, consolidating after selling off, makes a nice move, pulls back to the top of that consolidation, finds some support, grinding higher, makes a beautiful move through that grind. A little humpback move here to pull back. I can see what Andy's seeing there. I could dig that. I can get behind that. Going to want to see it, get up and clear this level here. Clearly had some troubles once it got into that all-time high back here. Finding itself in trouble again, but much more orderly move now into that all-time high range, because where we were at 440 and change, 488 is the lifetime high. This thing really made a big move, small consolidation, huge move before unwinding. It's been a much different path to get through this level now, just grinding it up and higher. So can't ignore that, and it is a nice looking setup without any question. What is a Tesla ETF for going long? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. There's 3 Sharp. Probably find it on a quick web search here. Let me see. Let's see. Tesla ETF. TSLR is one. It's a 2x leverage. So this is 2-time leveraged. I guess TSLI is another one. This is 3x. So there's a two leverage ETFs. This is beyond thinly traded though, so I don't think I'd want to really get involved in that quite personally. So there's a 2 that I just found on a, so they're TSLO, another one. Thanks, Pepe. Thank you, Perfect Circle. Thank you guys both. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Just had a thought on something, but I can't remember what the heck it was now. Oh well. Curious. It would be good if I could type. That would help. Come on, man. I just want to look at the banking ETF. A little curl in action here down in this level. Be interesting to see it hold that level. And see if it can't do that. Look at the regionals real quick. Because remember, everybody, the regionals were going to collapse. We're in for it, right? Regionals are done. It's all over. Reasonable area for it to pull back into and bounce. We'll see. Maybe things will get bad. This is when First Republic collapsed, I believe. Clearly, that did not take out the financial world like everybody had thought. All depends on robotics for Tesla. Yeah, they have really, really moved their way into the robotics world. That's for sure. Hey there, Ozzy. How are you? Yeah. So I guess, digestion day for the overall market here. A couple of minutes left before Barry comes back. So any questions, don't be shy. Get those in before we wrap up here. I will be back tomorrow unless for some reason Steve or Andy has some burning desire to do tomorrow. The live session. Otherwise, it'll be me tomorrow. So you get me back-to-back days this week. But other than that, really kind of just digesting things in the market right now. Like I said, nice gap up, grind higher, grinding sideways for the moment. Just off lifetime highs. Looking real healthy. Looking real healthy. Yeah, gold has been insane. Gold has been insane. As I've always said, I don't get gold. I don't get it. I know people are probably pulling their hair out when I say that. But when I say I don't get gold, that doesn't mean that I've never traded it or traded, stocks related to it. I don't have to get something to trade it. I just need a chart that tells me it fits my narrative for trading. That's all I need. When I say I don't get gold, it's the same thing. I don't get Bitcoin. I don't get it. Like I get the arguments. I understand what people say. I just don't buy into it. But a chart's a chart, as far as I'm concerned. So, what do I mean by, I don't get gold? I can't take gold and walk into a store and buy something with it. There's no practical use for gold whatsoever. None. And just in case, because I know there's someone out there, oh, they use gold in electronics. No, they don't. Stop that right now. Just stop it. So anyways, but that doesn't mean you can't make money on it, right? I most certainly did not get the move like anybody else did in any of this. That's for sure. I mean, look at it. Look how long of a base that was coming out of. Right.
Boy, thanks. Thank goodness I didn't say that.
But look at this overall. Last couple of years. I mean, just wild. Just wild. Yeah. There's not much that I could do with a gold watch, personally. I'm one of those people, if I had all the money in the world, I would see no use for a watch, gold or otherwise. Pawn world. Yeah, right. But I still find it crazy that, silver has not followed gold quite the same. Right. I mean, it's really made a move here in the last couple of months, but not quite the same move that gold has made overall over the last several years. Well, I guess there's always that argument that silver is a more manipulated market than gold. I don't know. I'll leave that to the smart people. Oh, I was just putting you back in my ears now. I
was wondering, because that's a good thing. I was going to say, but Chris, gold is used in electronics. And then you said, don't tell me that. It's funny, I always find I have found gold is just garish compared to silver. I find silver just way more classy.
I couldn't agree more. Or white gold or whatever. I'd rather see that as like a bracelet or something, or a watch, than I don't know.
I just find it just too flashy, and I've never liked it. Never have I liked it. But that's just me, and obviously we're in the minority to a certain extent.
Indeed, but I'm all right with that. That.
We can be a minority of two.
Exactly.
Stand up against the world.
Silver will look good on the Blue Jays.
Yeah. If you see Perfect Circle, he's from the West. Oh, I don't know if he's from Seattle. But as the Mariners and the Blue Jays have their big Game 7 tonight. So you probably don't even know, Chris, because the Yankees
I know.
Long gone.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Listen, it's Blue Jays haven't done it in a while. I like what they're doing with the organization. Tough because they're AL East, so it's hard to root for an AL East team for me. And the Mariners have never been there, so it's hard not to root for that. It's hard not to root really as a baseball fan for either one of them. And as a baseball fan, a Game 7 like this, where there's been incredible back and forth, great storylines. I mean, look what this rookie pitcher did, for the Blue Jays. How can you not? Sorry, I know this is way off topic, but I get excited about these things.
And of course, because it's Canada's team, and I mean, you must be going for Canada, right?
Absolutely.
Oh man,
I think
it's amazing. Truly,
I'll have waffles with Canadian maple syrup tonight for dinner. Actually.
Well, seriously, though, when you play for the Blue Jays, you're playing for the country. So you've got really 42 million fans. It's not just Toronto, and we're just rabid about it. So it's been very exciting. But having said all that, nobody cares about that probably. So I heard that you were going to be happening again tomorrow. I can't wait, Chris, for you to pop into the room tomorrow again.
Yes. Like I said, unless Steve I think you can wait, but that's all right.
Okay. Maybe I'm exaggerating a tad. Okay,
my friend. Steve or Andy has some desire, it'll be me tomorrow.
Okay. All right, guys. Chris, thanks very much. I'll take over now.
Sounds good. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you all tomorrow. Oh, let me stop this screen.
Yeah, I'm just going to
There
wait.
we go.
Okay.
You're in.
There we go.
Perfect.
I've recaptured. And let me get my music going. Okay, guys, back in both rooms. One more thing to do. Just get my music going. Here we go. Rooms for another hour or so, depending on depending on the questions I get. Not the quality of them, but the quantity of them. So GSID is still hanging around, guys. And you know what? The REPL, don't be surprised. I mean, if it takes out 10, I mean, it still has a lot of room. Okay, 1327. Excuse me, 1327 on the weekly chart is the next high. So I think did it take out 10 at all? Got to 1008. Okay, it did get to 1008. So I've got a price alert there. It's very close. So if it gets some volume coming back in again, could pop through that 10 and could have a late day run. Well, Mike, who do you think? Who do you think, Mike? I'm a Canadian, so I'm in Canada. So who do you think? Just because because I live in Vancouver and Seattle's close. No, 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 no. Doesn't work like that. No, I like the Mariners. I like the Mariners. So I mean, I'll probably cheer for them if they beat the Jays. But no, no, no. I think 1,000% Blue Jays. All right. NUAI guys, I know somebody mentioned it just a while back. NUAI, I think it was over 6 when they did, and yeah, so it's fallen back a bit. I got to take a look at the CELC. I mean, it's been pretty volatile, but I'm wondering if now the move is in. Okay, this is the move now for the balance of the day. It's near the low of the day, and will it continue? A little trade down, a little wave down, narrow bars, which I like. Means it's not too volatile. But I mean, the market is still all time. Well, not an all-time high, but high of the day again, guys. What is the all-time high? I think it was at 676 or so. Not quite 674 and change is the all-time high. So we're getting closer again. Yeah, a little bit of room for BCE cruising down here, 2347. A little bit of room on the short side. All right, I want to check some of these at one races in the large cappers, see if there's anything interesting happening. This is Ivanhoe Electric. The next high looking left. Actually, it's not bad. 1720. So twist TWST. Yeah, about $1. This one had a big day. I think it was on Friday. LBR, yeah, big day on Friday. This Liberty Energy. I think it was wasn't it was not an well, it was an earnings play. It was an earnings play on Friday. LBRT and just exploded and actually closed near the high. I should have had this somehow on a watch. Don't know why I didn't. Usually I thumbnail these sort of charts, so I when I look at them the next day, I it sort of jogs my memory that, oh yeah, this one was really, really electric. Too late now. Actually, look at this. It's starting to drift down now, though. All right, guys, 106. So one last look at my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. One last look today. Two links copy. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link at the top, as always, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of both the standard and the premium subscriptions. Okay. First month only or the entire year of a standard or a premium subscription. And again, all I ask is that you use my code, whatever it is. It helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes. And if they see my code being used enough times, they'll keep the rooms free. Scroll down and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right now. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week was UAVS. Let's take a look at what it's doing. I know it triggered earlier. It hasn't done too much. It did trigger earlier, though. I think the trigger was around 214. So again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Obviously, it's got room on the daily. But if you sign up for it, you'll get an email, and it kind of outlines the idea behind it. And if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you must do, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the more info education section. And right here, first thing you must do, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, but you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video. And again, these are very short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us, at least for 1 month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos, 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here's what I am currently sharing. Okay. So if you have any questions about them, just ask me. This is what I use in the pre-market. Should always point that one out. The free market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. That helps me to identify the stocks that are, well, obviously moving in the pre-market. Now, no guarantee if a stock moving in the pre-market in a certain direction, it's going to continue, of course, once the market opens, but at least it helps us identify those stocks. And so we can start paying attention to them. GITS was not one of them. Or GITS. GSIT was not one of them. The reason is that in that particular scan, top list window, it's only looking at the top 15. And so believe it or not, The top 15 of movers from the previous day's close, percentage-wise, and believe it or not, GST did not crack the top 15. And you can kind of see, it's sort of flatlining right down here. This is the pre-market. But boy, once the market opened, it exploded. So these are the top 6 from that pre-market actives up. It still works. You can still use it once the market opens. I don't, but this is what I'm talking about. These are the top 6 stocks that have moved the most since, in this case, Friday's close. There's that RDHL just sneaking in the bottom here. Had a nice pop in the pre-market, and then it just dropped. This has not been a very good IPO, unless you got it the first day and then held on somehow to the next day, because it closed the first day at $7. I do remember this one. And then the next day got all the way up to 26, but look where it closed, 9. And then ever since then, it's been sliding away underneath 5 now. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, guys, REPL, keep an eye. REPL. It is sneaking above 10 again. The high, I think, was 10.08. Yeah, 10.08. Let's see if it hits that high, and it could run, guys. I mean, remember now, looking at the weekly chart, I think 13 or so, 13.25, couple of weekly highs. So it has got room to run on a weekly chart. I know it's up 123%. Doesn't mean it can't go higher. And it's not a low float, 66 million. That's what makes it pretty spectacular. It's not a high float, but it's certainly not low. So for it to be up 123% is pretty very impressive. The news is being markets loving the news. Yeah, it looked like it did. You're right. REPL hit right up here around 1029. I wonder why on our weekly chart it says a high of 1008. That doesn't make sense. My eyeball. Well, no, I'm hovering over this. This is the week. This is the first day of the week. Interesting. I don't know why it doesn't have 1029, because you're right there. I can see it. Well, reset my price alert over 10 again. Are you is that just our charts, Mike, or is it other charts showing the same thing? Oh, so Thinkorswim does show 1029. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have not been affected by at least depending, I guess, where you live. and the server you're on, but we have not been affected by the AWS outage. At least I have not been affected. It'll be interesting to see what sort of follow through, if any, GSIT has tomorrow. Do people believe them? I mean, I think that's really the situation, isn't it? Read this a little more closely. The company said the study found that its APU, okay, APU uses compute in memory architecture. I mean, I'm not saying they're lying. Okay, I'm absolutely not saying they're lying. But does the market really believe this? Oh, I see. Associated processing units and APU. Okay. Pepe, you're Mr. IT in the room. I'm sure others are. What did you think about this press release? If you're or anybody else who's tech oriented, what did you guys think about this press release from GSIT, GSIT? Did not read it. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Grumpy. Sounds too good to be true. 98% less is, I think that's what I read. 98% less. Like, where is the? It was 98%. I'm sure I read 98% less energy consumption. But again, this is not a third. This is the company telling us this. Again, here we go. Delivered over 98% lower energy consumption than a GPU over various data sets, and delivered comparable throughput to NVIDIA's A6000 GPU. So if we believe it, I don't mean they're making it up. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to say. But be nice if it were independently verified, though. Yeah, it is a lifetime whole, a lifetime high. Cheap to be a lifetime high, but it is a lifetime high for GSIT. Yes. But let's see what happens tomorrow. Will it be continuation? Will it recover near the high of the day, or will it continue to sell off? Wow, Chime Financial, CHYM. Is this a, I don't know if it's a regional bank or what it is, but digital banking application. Well, it's got room, 2067, so $2 plus 230 or so. That's right. I did read about Cornell University too. You're right. I did read that. So I wonder if that's enough as independent verification. Ah, William. What was her last name? What was Clara's last name, though? Where's the beef? Ah, I had an aunt, an Aunt Clara, but it's not her. Clara Peller. Well, of course, I know that my friend Gemini would tell me. Ah, guys, a bit of a pop here for KYTX. Bit of a volume pop now for KYTX, coming into yesterday's or last week's high. All right, Olma, are you ready for me to short you? Mm, well, I'm trying to get a fill, guys, but you know the uptick rule. It's down more than 10%, so the uptick rule is preventing me from getting an instant fill. I've held it in there at 784 for about 30, 25 seconds. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow with that GSIT. See if it has, see if it just has at least doesn't have to like rip higher, like a lot higher, but just sort of at least maintain. Look at ANRO on a 15-minute chart, guys. Basically, some consolidation over the whole number. Well, I hope GSIT makes a gazillion dollars then. Not to be confused with GITS. And you think I'm kidding. Sometimes, people will just say, "Oh, this is it's this one." and it's not. Remember, it's GSIT, not GITS. Yeah, look at this has to be a meme stock because there's no real reason why Beyond Meat should be doing what it's doing. It's just yeah. I mean, next high looking left is 228. I think I because there's no. Okay, wait a minute. All right, so there was actually some news. Okay, so Beyond Meat surges after debt swap. No bankruptcy, but tons of dilution. So it's not great for the, but at least it's not bankruptcy. So I guess that, well, that, and I don't guess that's the reason. On Thursday, this was a 50-cent stock. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:27, so I've got another half hour or so, unless there are questions. It's starting to really slow down for me. So there's a 200-day moving average way up here for Beyond Meat, 306, to JTB. All right, here's one just over the whole number, FTRE. Let's see what it's doing. So the next high looking left. Well, not bad. 23 cents away. REPL guys making another challenge of 10. REPL. Interesting. Thanks, IQ, for posting that. Interesting with the institutional involvement with GIST. Well, if the market ever took a bit of a downturn today, some of these would be very interesting to short, but the market is still strong. I mean, these are moving down a bit. This RSI, the low today was 1761, so about a dollar to that low. But I'd like to see the market on my side a bit. It's funny, this looks not as choppy on the 2 minute as it looks on the 15, but I'm talking about Manpower, MAN, over the whole number. High on Friday was way up here, 35.53. So lots of room that wants to keep running a bit. MAN, good spread, 11.13. Volume is not unbelievable. It's only 1.3 times normal. Well, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question, but I'm just going to put myself on mute. And no point, I just really don't have that much more to talk about. All right, guys. So for Beyond Meat, do I have a lot of shorts for Beyond Meat? Let's see. Yeah, yeah. As in 9.8 million. You're talking about, yeah, that's at Interactive Brokers. Yeah. 9.8 million shares. Yeah, big short float. I mean, look, 393 million in the float, up 100%. The short float percent is 63%. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of shares at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, muting myself now. So again, I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. All right, guys, I'm going to pop back in here. Any last minute questions? Getting close to 2 o'clock. I'll probably take off unless there are some questions. Just to let you know, though, William will keep the room open, the main room open till 3:45-ish. Okay, so those of you who are in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, I'll put my link in and how you can, and I'll show you how you can get into the main room if you want. So if you click these, again, this is for people in our YouTube room. You can always come over to the main room. There's still going to be activity there until 3:45. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down right here, trading room. Okay, the trading room, that's for people in YouTube. All right, guys, don't see any questions, so I think I'll head off. I'll hang around another minute or so in case there's a last minute question. If not, though, thanks for all the help all day long. Yeah, there's no activity in the room at all. So it's up to you guys to keep William around. Okay, guys, again, thanks for all the help. The room will open tomorrow. The main room will open at about 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. YouTube will open around 8:45. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. And so I'm going to mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And then I do have to shut down YouTube completely.